Now it's the obligatory, did Windows Update fuck up the sound? So now I am going to talk a lot so that I can have something to listen to see if my voice is being picked up or not.
Would you like to have somebody else talk as well?
Yeah, I'm coming through at least.
Or a third.
Explain the judicial system.
Okay, everything working. Good.
Guilty attack.
I think I want Gator to talk.
Well, we all came to decisions, and we decided to stand by precedent, and this forms the bedrock of judicial law.
That reminds me.
We rock beds.
From a
Why do you need
place
more
right
than
out of
one?
history.
Unless they're in their own tab that I'm not seeing anywhere, or unless it's a thing you have to download, I do not see the playtest stuff.
Yeah, it might be something you have to download.
Hopefully it's not something you have to fucking manually put in, because that would be terrible.
Right? Gosh. Oh, they changed the icon for effects. It used to be a star, right?
It did, yeah.
Did
Now
it?
it's a arrow pointing up.
Oh no, that's
Oh,
like
yeah.
a little man.
Yeah, I thought it was a little man with like an explosion behind him.
That's
Oh,
what
it
I-
is. Okay. I am blind.
Yeah, I had to move my head closer to see. Oh wait, that's a little man.
Okay, so since it's been 20 days and 21 hours ago, who remembers what happened last time?
Damn. Um,
It's been a minute.
It's
Yeah.
been 21 days.
it
20?
was
21?
Yeah, I was gonna say it was shortly after the Dragon Mage Kobold attack, I believe.
Yep.
Um, we have this unconscious Dragon Mage Kobold, and then we heard another explosion in town, and we went to check that out and investigate to see what we could find out. Nothing too solid, other than we think it was probably the Scartolis coming after, perhaps the the tax collectors coming after the Pale Songs, something like that. Which is like basically an apartment ghetto full of gnomes that are trying to avoid paying protection money. Um, they spend some time digging through the rubble to pull out as many people as they can. Almost everybody survived the explosion. Um,
33 people died.
oh, we found 55 of the bodies. That's what it was.
I don't remember any of this.
Yeah.
There are actually only a few people that died.
Yeah, I thought it was single digits.
Yeah, it was like we found like 5 people who died in the rubble.
It may have been 33 people or 44 that we found in the rubble then.
There were like 60 according to my notes. Like 60 people that were impacted, but only 5 of them died.
Yeah, it was like 56 or some number right around there.
Yeah. Um, let's see, what else do I have? Abner received a letter from a guy named Rutherford Tailwick, a suspiciously well-dressed gnome. And it had a powdery blue stamp, which clued us into we needed to talk to the blue kobolds. The kobolds, as they were called. And then I think shortly after that, we tried to interrogate the Dragon Mage Kobold without too much success. And we just decided to link up with the kobolds by getting fake arrested at the gate for being troublemakers, as we are wont to be. And then we went underground and met with what's his name, Shartar Scartoli, who was disguised as Rutherford Tailwick earlier to set up the meeting. And we talked to him and got some information. Basically, we're doing a RICO case. We're doing the legwork of getting a bunch of lower end people to flip on higher end people. We go further and further up the chain until we can get somebody to flip on Scartoli. And the caveat to this is we know the higher up people, but we don't have too many leads on the lower end people besides the smith that forged the Dragon Mage Kobold's amulet, if I recall.
The jeweler. But yeah.
Oracle Emberwind, is that his name? No, that's a different guy.
That's the apothecary.
Yeah, so they're the two. Oh, it's Rajra Firetooth
Yes.
is the jeweler. Yeah. Okay, so we could look into Rajra Firetooth to see what else he may know or be involved with. They, I don't know. We were also told about Dequin Ironshaper and Torkel Emberwind as some of the higher up people that we could follow up on. We were also told to follow the poison powder lead if we could, although we thought that would probably take us back to Torkel, who seems to be their chemist. We handed over the Dragon Mage Kobold to Shartar and swapped the hat of disguise that he stole from the antiquarians with one of our extra hats of disguise so that we could properly return it. And after that, we were just kind of left with an open decision about what we were going to do next, I think.
Now I can put in chat whenever I add a hero point to somebody.
Nice.
Oh, does it actually work this time?
Does it? Yes.
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention all this that
Oh, because last time.
Nakrad kind of joined up with us at this point.
Yeah.
I was going to say, yeah, Nakrad, sort of undercover agent working for Detective Ray Thorne? Was Detective Thorne. What?
Charles Thorne.
Really? It's Charles? Huh.
Oh, Robert. Never mind. We were both wrong.
Oh, Robert. Okay. I'm gonna say Charles didn't sound too right, but I
Charles
mean,
is somebody else.
I'm probably mixing it up with a guy that I know at work. There's a guy named Ray that I know. Anyways, yes, so Nakrad was contracted by Mr. Robert Thorne, who kind of lost his gig being a Fey special unit because we pretty much killed all the Fey in town. So now he's working for another shadowy figure that Nakrad also happens to be working for. by extension of his boss also working for said shadowy figure, or at least has cut a deal with him. Something like that. I don't know. Nakrad probably doesn't know either.
Yeah, that'd be the boss's stuff to worry about.
Yep. As far as Nakrad's concerned, he's got this job to do, and on the side, he'll probably still look for that sword.
But people are easier to find.
This is true.
By the way, is under the party list now, whenever you press the little sheet thing to bring up the party sheet, under exploration, is this basically what you guys were going with? I couldn't find the fucking one for fucking recalling knowledge while you're on the move. So I just put pursue a lead there instead, since it's basically the same thing.
Wait, where's
Is
this
it-
button at?
If you go to the character tab, there's now a thing at the top in green that says of the party. And then next to the actual folder that opens up, there's a sheet that you can open that holds everything.
Ooh,
Wait,
nifty.
character tab. Oh wait, this the party. Okay.
It's just investigate. Investigate is you use recall knowledge as a secret check during your
Can
exploration.
you change that yourself, or do I have to change it?
I just clicked it as active, and it added it to active activities.
Well, now it has both, so
Yeah.
wonder how many you can have active.
All of them.
The only thing I have active is avoid notice.
Apparently it does just get bigger as you go down, so
Mine's just defend, which makes sense.
granted,
One
I guess
day.
defend is not useful if you don't use a shield.
But can you defend to body block for someone?
I wish.
I guess you could technically say that you can defend with a parry weapon, since it's basically the same thing.
Are there two-handed parry weapons? He tends to use two-handed weapons.
Bow staff.
Great.
Ano-
His stick is
another
now a
stick.
bow staff.
Yet another stick for Garmrum.
I mean, his weapon's a shifting weapon. He could just have it turned into a bow staff for a bit, you know?
Maybe it'd be better if we had a stick that had a secret compartment that you could put a piece of paper inside of, and it's just a guilty verdict for somebody, and you're like, fetch, boy. Garmrum turns into Hellhound form and gets the guilty verdict so he could kill somebody.
It's just a sticky note that you put on somebody's back.
A sticky note. Get out, Death.
By the way, we can also see from this list that Nakrad is the poorest person in the group. By far, at that.
By stash?
Which list is this?
Under the stash, it shows everybody's individual net worth.
Inkblot is. I'm surprised I don't have that much money. Or my net worth is
Wait,
that low.
where's the stash thing?
It's in
third
the party.
I mean, I see it, but I don't see anybody's net worth. in
It's
the
just
party.
underneath their names.
At the left-hand side?
The left hand? What? All my tabs are on the right hand side. Which
In the
still-
party thing,
Yeah.
there's overview, exploration, and stash.
Can we change the name of the party to the 5th district?
Can you? Yes, you can. Can you
Yeah, we
edit
can.
it? Because I can.
Because I like how it is the party right now.
Hmm.
okay, I'm totally missing something. I don't know where this party tab is.
Okay, so if you go to the characters tab, You see how there's a
Um,
red
well,
party bar?
let's back out further. So at the very far right hand side, there's
Hmm.
like the chat messages, encounters. Click actors.
Okay, actors.
Go to the party, which is
Oh,
at the very top of that
Is it
one.
a
Oh,
different
it's the
color
sheet
for everybody?
button.
Yeah, there's
Oh,
a
Yeah.
sheet button right there.
okay. I was clicking on the party thing and I saw it
Yeah,
expand, but I was like the sheet thing. I wasn't
because
seeing.
that was my problem, was figuring out that first step.
All
I
right,
also
thank you.
said it was green, and apparently it's a different color for everybody.
I mean,
Green for me.
when you open it, it's green, but it's red on the top of the thing.
Neat.
The richest character is Alex.
I mean, it's obvious he's worth the most.
I mean, he's a judge. He's on a judge's salary.
I'm the only one who isn't spending my money frivolously. All right, where's the net worth on this sheet? I see a bunch of skills.
It's under the stash tab.
You
Oh,
say
yeah, there we go. I see
buying a moderate cold steel dagger was frivolous spending, but just wait until we come across Faye,
it.
and then you'll be begging me to use it.
I mean, I was just having a gas, a joke, my friend. Can't a judge as serious as Gator have a sense of humor sometimes?
No, it's illegal.
Yeah, he's right. You right. You right. I'm sorry.
The only humor Judge Gator can have is a humorous.
Huh, huh, huh. He's guilty of being a stick in the mud. Huh, huh, huh.
So does that mean that Garm wants you?
Don't
God.
don't you want me? You know I can't believe you when you say that you're not guilty.
I'm going to put Judge Gator in my inventory now.
Another stick for the collection.
Don't you want the guilty? Don't you want the guilty?
Yes, my favorite word.
By the way, there are new spells because Rage of Elements came out. I don't know if you
Oh,
guys want
exciting!
to switch any.
I'll look through them.
Specifically, there are new cantrips, and one of them is you walk up to somebody, summon a tree out of the ground, and then it falls in a 15-foot line and hits them all.
I don't think that's a thing for me.
It may be. It may be primal,
Really?
though.
That's what I mean. It sounds primal, not divine.
Have you gotten any things that give you cantrips that aren't divine yet?
I have spell hearts. I have 2 of them.
But not like a
So I have produce flame.
ancestry thing or anything.
No, I didn't get any ancestries to give me cantrips.
I think that's how Gator got one of his. It was an elf thing where you get an extra arcane cantrip or something.
Yeah, I have like the elf magic as well as the primal spell from the Iruxi ancestry.
Yeah, there's gonna be
Is
a lot
draw
of the
moisture
primal
one of the
too.
new ones?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, and illuminate and needle darts. Interesting.
There's a lot of weird stuff now that's like sense tremors. So it's like if you ever really want to know if an earthquake is coming, I guess, then that's the cantrip for you. Or if there's a worm or something burrowing underneath you.
That's so niche.
Yeah.
Is there an equivalent to California here?
I think you'd be in it considering you're inside of a mesa.
Oh my god, there's an actual attack roll cantrip that I can use. Needle darts?
Needle darts seems okay, but I'm not sure if when they say you're holding a piece of metal, if that can also count a weapon, or if they want like an actual thing you're carrying around in your material pouch that's steel or something. Does it say
Because
it
it
has a
throws
material
it?
component?
Let's see. It's somatic and verbal.
Okay. I would allow you to cast it with a metal staff or weapon then.
I'm usually holding a metal something. Here, so the needles impart any special properties of metal that forms them. For instance, cold iron needles, steel. I think I have to actually buy these though.
You have a cold iron longsword.
Oh, can I hold? Yeah, I guess I could hold it when we're fighting Fae. This is good because I got a cantrip that, like, if I can hold coins, silver coins for
That's true.
stuff. Could I swap a spell out for this one?
Yep.
What the fuck do I swap out? Torturous trauma. Message. Message is currently at a range of 500 feet.
Is needle darts the one that can hit multiple targets, or is that another new one they added?
Well, let me look at the others first before I get that, I guess. There is Rousing Splash. Splash cold water on an ally's head, granting temp HP, which lasts for a minute. Then it's immune to it. Thanks. Oh, but it doesn't get heightened. That's not bad, honestly. Heightened +1 for increases 1d4. So at our level, it'd be like 4d4 temp HP every 10 minutes.
A 60-foot range effectively assist on acid and fire persistent damage is pretty good too.
Which one's that one? Oh yeah, that's
The
true.
same one.
People being on fire kind of really sucks.
I think it's apparently not needle darts, but I'm pretty sure there is one now where you can hit two things, but I don't know what it's called.
There's detect metal.
You ever
It's-
just have to look at something and be like, yes, that's metal.
See, you attune yourself to
Buzz
magnetic
Lightyear meme.
fields. It's like detect magic, but for metal instead.
You
Does,
sit there like, nah, that's punk rock instead.
does it at least tell you like the type of metal?
A third level, yeah.
There,
Jesus.
Upcast
That
into what metal it
sucks.
is.
Yeah, when you get access to third level spells, yeah, it tells you what kind of.
awful.
That's what detect magic does. It takes a while. And then you draw moisture is the opposite of wet things. You pull moisture from objects.
That one's on every spell list as well.
That's odd.
Hey.
It's cool if you can pull people's blood out.
Yeah, well, it has to be water.
Could be
Only from objects.
Scales a mermaid tail. At the end of the movie, the main character's like, humans are made of 60% water, and then he evaporates a person.
Oh, there's one. Slashing Gust that can target two enemies.
I don't have that. That sounds
It's
neat.
primal.
Oh, that makes sense.
2d4
I'm gonna get needle
slashing
darts.
damage, and if you crit, they take bleed damage. If you attack two creatures, it counts as two attacks for your multiple attack penalty. And Timber is the one where you drop a tree on them.
Literally timber.
If it critically fails, it's dazed until the end of its next turn.
It dazes too, huh?
I think Needle Dart is definitely the one of note here, considering it gives Divine an actual damage spell.
Yeah, I can actually fucking hit something. Well, let's see.
Seems like it's about it besides Slashing Gust. There's also the changed versions of some of these spells, so if you really want Ignition over Produce Flame, I feel like Produce Flame is just better though because it's flat damage.
And it's melee. Oh, it's the same. Yeah, I have some flat damage. I think I'll keep Produce Flame.
Produce Flame is D4 plus your mod,
Yeah,
and
and
Ignition is 2d4 or 2d6.
2d6 if melee.
Technically, it's about the same, but one of them is more consistent.
Yeah. I get mine from the from the Spellhard.
Oh, there's also Glass Shield, which is like Shield, but it has worse hardness, but if it shatters, they make a save or take piercing damage. But it's only a d4, so it's kind of
The
bad.
user or the
No,
other
the enemy.
Could you imagine? This shield also now hurts you if it breaks.
It goes up
Thanks.
to a whopping 44 plus mod at level 18 or whenever you get 9th level spells. 17? Oh, I guess the benefit of it is that it doesn't, you don't get locked out of using it whenever it shatters, unlike Shield.
What do you mean it doesn't lock you out? It just disappears, right?
Well, yeah, but after you shatter it, you can cast it again. Whereas Shield, you
Oh,
have to wait 10
the
minutes.
shield's it's a different shield spell.
Yeah. Arcane and
Neat.
Primal.
Okay.
I don't know, Gator, does that sound useful to you? A shield that you can keep if you shatter it?
I don't know if I have access to that spell. What was its name?
Arcane and Primal. It's called Glass Shield.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Because I know you have normal shield. In fact, you're a wizard, right? You could just go buy a scroll of it and have both.
I can learn more spells, but I have to prepare
Yep.
everything that I want for the wizard spell and the magus spell is technically as well.
I've temporarily named Needle Dart's Fuckupuncture. But I don't like how it spaces it so much. Again.
AKA not at all.
So it says it functions as the shield spell, except for what happens when the shield breaks and the
Yep.
stats of the shield. So doesn't that I could read that as saying that you lose the ability to use it after it's shattered once. Like, you know how like you have to wait for normal shield to recover after 10 minutes?
Yeah. If that's the case, then I would just say it's bad.
Hey, is that random rolling thing working now?
What random rolling thing?
The one hero point added for Nakrad.
Oh yeah, because that's different than the last one.
Yeah, it used to just keep doing Abner.
Yep.
Well, it was selected on Gator again, so I don't know. That's why I rolled the 5.
Oh.
Guess we'll find out on the next one. But in the meantime,
Yeah.
I believe you guys wanted to go to the jewelry store to speak with Rajra.
Yeah. I was actually wondering if I could pick up well, I do. Who has the cold iron longsword right now? I guess.
You do.
What,
Oh, I do. It's here, striking cold iron longsword. Cool. So I got that. I've got a silver thing. I don't have an adamantine thing. I don't know if we have access to it.
Adamantine is the higher level, I think. I think it's like
Yeah.
11 or maybe
it's
14.
yeah, it's definitely like third tier gear.
I was
think.
wondering if instead of like does anyone sell like just a chip of it, like a sample? Hey, do you have an adamantine sample?
I think even the samples are expensive.
Yeah, they're probably 300.
A sample of a metal just sounds funny to me.
Yeah, just one little chip of it.
Like, what are you even gonna do with a chip of it?
Just kind of chew on it a little.
It's known as adamantine chunk, and it costs 500 gold per light bulk.
What if it's smaller than light bulk? Like negligent.
The lowest they got is well,
Light
technically
bulk.
the lowest they have is standard grade object, which is 350 per bulk.
So if it's zero bulk, it's free.
No,
I don't.
it's a minimum of 1.
It has to be one bulk.
If you keep cutting it infinitely, it'll eventually hit 0 bulk.
Then it'll be destroyed.
If you
But
want to
if
make
you-
a weapon, it is 1400 plus 140 per bulk.
Yikes.
Armor is 1600 plus 160 per bulk. And
So, like, if I make a single needle from it, what would.
a shield is 400. That's not bad. Whenever they say adamantite object for 350, that can
Mhm.
be anything like I'm going to buy a tool, so like an axe made of adamantite. That would be 350.
Okay. So, minimum is 350.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I want
Is Sister Stone a metal?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
I want a music box made of adamantite. Never mind that it won't move because it's too hard.
There's no, like. You can't really twang the tines.
Probably not. But technically, according to the game, you could do that. The Sister Stone, by the way, is the it's just if their undead is within range, they're maybe enfeebled, but probably not at this level.
Yeah.
Apparently, if they're unworked chunks or ingots, they do not create that field, so you couldn't do that for this one. You couldn't just buy a chunk.
Kerchunk. So it has to be ingots.
It has to specifically be an item, which is weird. I bet none of the other materials are like that.
Oh, you can choose the versatility now.
I think that's been there a while.
Yeah. Axe or arrow? Slashing or piercing?
And then I think bludgeoning is a fist. However, would you like to make your way to the jewelry store that you have been to before?
Yeah. Let's go!
Meanwhile, I'm gonna change this very slow music.
Is anybody here capable of casting arcane spells from scrolls besides me?
I don't know what magic is.
I can steal a scroll, and that's about it.
Nobody has a trick magic item.
I mean, I do, but
It'll have to be just you.
I mean,
all right.
not whatever you said it was. Arcane, you said? Yeah, not that.
And Ekrad could do primal stuff because nature. If he has trick magic item. Jewelry store music.
I don't remember what we're doing here.
We're trying to turn one of the Scartolis against him.
Turn the Scartolis against the jewelry shop?
Get the jewelry shop person who is a Scartoli on our side so that they turn against the main Scartoli.
Ah.
At least I'm pretty sure that's what we were doing.
We needed to get him to flip or provide us some information on somebody who we can flip.
Well, there's still a couple of Scartoli gangsters sitting outside of the store. As the standard still shit and will break your legs deal. And then there's the same teller, I guess you would call it, even though the one selling the stuff. Salesman inside.
Clerk?
Oh yeah, that's right. We tried to we watched this jewelry store for a while way back in like session 5, 7.
Somewhere around there.
Oh, so you all should be friends then.
I mean, in real game time, that would have been like a couple months ago.
Maybe 2 months.
Yeah, when you guys watched it for how long?
Only a couple hours because they clocked us.
Okay, so maybe not friends then.
I think this is also where we got paid for doing the rat job.
It was, yes. It just occurred to me that I've been listing what items that I'm giving out so that I can make sure that you guys have what you should have at whatever level, and that I can highlight them and strike through to know that I've done the ones that I've done already. I don't know why that just came to me.
How is the party stashes items determined on
You
that
mean
stash sheet?
it's its own thing that you can drop stuff into.
Oh, okay.
I took everything from the car and put it in there.
All right.
All right. So what's the plan?
I'm not going to pretend Alex has the most sophisticated plan in here. Get a sense of who's around and all that stuff. Basically grill the shopkeeper, ideally without anybody getting to witness or pay attention.
And what information do we need to get from him?
We either need him to flip or we need to get him information on somebody who will flip.
Flip to the Scartoli side?
To testify in court. And basically, we just have to kind of make a chain that goes up and up. So we get 1 or 2 foot pads, and then those flip on the guy above him. We reel in the guy above him, get him to flip to testify, and you just rinse and repeat until you're all the way up to Mr. Scartoldi himself.
Very well. I see no fault in this plan.
I wonder if there's any information that we could get about this Rajra guy. Does he have, say, a reputation?
Yeah, who's asking.
Well, preferably Garmern or Abner.
Abner, do you want good cop, bad cop?
Sure. Would you rather be good or bad?
You can be the bad cop. You're very good at it.
Can try. I think you're a little better at being the bad cop, but I can give it a shot.
Sure, I'll be the bad cop.
Actually, hold on. Wait just a second here. Bad cop, I'm assuming, is intimidation, whereas good cop is what? Diplomacy?
Yeah.
We're not out
Okay,
to
then.
get you.
Then yeah, I'd be better at bad cop because I have like nothing in diplomacy.
That's fair. I can do the police.
I would argue that both are intimidation, but in different ways. But in terms of the game, yes.
I mean, could I use performance?
You're
Yes, because
acting like a
acting
good cop.
is one of the things for performance.
Ah.
Well, that's it. Except my performance and my intimidation are the exact same level, but
So you can be either a good cop or a bad cop.
you can be good cop. You're more Homo sapien form. You look a little less terrifying, I guess.
I don't think I'm a homosexual.
We'll wait on that part till later. For now, let's figure out the information we need.
I've just not met a woman I'm very fond of yet. I just need one in the. I just need one that's a judge. Is all.
So you're
Is there a Judge Judy?
Yes.
judicial sexual.
God.
Who's the most? Yeah, if I'm going good cop, who's the jewel? Do we know what the jeweler looks like?
You do not. But besides that, they're a red kobold.
Okay.
Yeah, so we need to figure out a way to pick him out. And he's probably not the shopkeep unless the shopkeep has a lot of time to just make shit. Or is like the kind of guy who's like, somebody else did all the work. I'm just gonna. All right, there's my name on it now, you know?
Is that how jewelers work?
I don't know how jewelers work.
I don't.
I mean,
either.
I was gonna say, I imagine it's a lot like any other apprentice-based system, you know? So, like, you could have like an apprentice jeweler who like makes like the base mold for something, and then like the master comes in and does all the exquisite crafting, where it's all like the fine grooves and notches and edges and setting the gem and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I guess you could have the apprentice make like the inset that you put the actual gems on, because that's literally just fucking like a solid metal bracket that you just slot it into.
Yeah, like your apprentice does all the bitch work, really, when you get down to it. So it's like, oh, I gotta clean the metal. Oh, I gotta bang out the basic shape. Blah, blah, blah.
Gotta make 500 hoops today.
Yep, I need to make
There
gold
it is.
chainmail.
Oh, God.
I'm gonna need a bit of a recap in terms of context. This person who we're trying to flip and give us and testify. What do we think they know?
So he works for the Scartolis in one of their businesses,
Mm-hmm.
and he made the jewel gems that were specifically connected to the Dragon Mage kobolds. And the Dragon Mage kobolds did the suicidal fireball spree on top of the wyvern or pseudo dragon, whatever it was.
Do we have one of those gems?
Yep.
Yes, I'm carrying one of them right now.
I have
May I
the other
carry?
one.
Cool. May I have one of them to show to this person, I guess?
Yes, I just need to find it in my inventory.
Yeah.
That reminds me, I do have a mod on that supposedly allows you guys to trade stuff to each other, and I have no clue how it works because I'm not a player.
Let's see if I can right click something.
Oh yeah, it just worked. I just dragged it onto your token.
Oh, you can just
Give
drag it?
to.
Look in the log.
Dragonside Jade amulet. Okay, cool.
Yep, giveth to Garmer.
Giveth.
Well,
Yeah, it says
the
so.
mod is called Pathfinder 2 Giveth.
Oh, I dig it. So, what do we know about these Dragonside Jade amulets? Just that they're the cultists' like signatures.
Or at least
Yeah,
that it was a sigil that they had.
Yeah, they were all wearing them. So, a unique identifier provided by a Scartoli jeweler. It's not the strongest, it's not the strongest lead for sure, and that's why we kind of need to play into some pressure tactics to see if we can get them to talk or spill or slip. Like ideally, flip on somebody, and then we can move on that person. But realistically, if we can just get information on a target or information on where to look for a target, that would be good.
That's fair.
So yes, first order of business would be identifying who the jeweler actually is. Is that something that you could find out by carousing about town or something?
I could give that a try, yeah. I can ask until I find out, hey, who would be able to make a. Oh, there we go. Give it to Alex. Would you like me to spend some time around town? Spend some money? And figure out, hey, who's a jeweler that makes some really neat dragony trinkets?
Yeah, like I think that would be a good idea. See if we can get like a description, some activities, because as
I'm
Morley
gonna be so
dubious.
mad if the only description is red kobold. I'm like, we know.
Yeah, I was gonna say
They're all red kobold.
more useful might be what his patterns of behavior or schedule is like. Because
A name, a what time they're on usually. What do they do?
as unscrupulous as it sounds, he might be more amenable to talking if we corner him in a dark alley when he's alone than if we try to like accost him in the back of the jewelry shop, for example.
Yeah. Inside the store is not a good place to do this. Like, oh, he's got law on this side.
Yeah, like we would either need to bring a bunch of legal force, which I don't think is going to happen right now. So if we could find a way to get him alone, and presumably where no one else would hear him, because if we can get him alone and nobody else knows that he flips, that keeps us in a good position.
Yeah. Could I also find out who is currently, like, I don't know, the head of police here?
Well, it's certainly not Robert Thorne.
It's not Robert Thorne.
The head of the lease on the building?
No, the police.
Oh,
Like the cops.
police.
The
Okay.
Yeah.
Popo.
Who's the lead authority?
The 5-0.
Yeah.
The Fuzz.
Who's the chief of the police?
We could also use the Rat Network.
Would the Rat
Wouldn't-
Network be able to
Wouldn't
provide...
the chief of the police be the sheriff?
Yeah, I guess. Who's like the head law enforcer in this town?
I don't know. I was always under the impression that one was like state, the other was city. So
Yeah.
So it's like a sheriff would be like for like the town, and like the marshal would be for like the land outside of like the town, right?
That's right. Oh wait, I got a thing. What's the name of that lady who made us go after the undead? The shiny armor.
Was it Annalise?
I should remember her name. It's got anal in it.
Is it?
Corporal or Captain, one of the two. Corporal Annabelle.
Corporal Annabelle. Okay. Make a note of that. Okay. I got a few things to do. I'm gonna go carouse. Check to see if we can identify this jeweler and find out what his schedules are. And that's step one.
Okay, begin the carousing.
Here's a secret diplomacy check. And because I don't know what I rolled, I'm gonna use a hero point to add a +10 to that.
Okay. Now I need to learn what the thing is. Because I know they have like rolling this gets you this, and rolling this gets you a hidden rumor, and rolling this gets you whatever.
Yeah, I'm currently a master.
You would
The
get
probe.
well-guarded or esoteric information. And there's no crit success, that's right. Which is weird. Let's see. Well-guarded or esoteric information. They will give you that she runs the jewelry shop and is often in the back making stuff. She likes to dress extremely lavishly, and the least lavish thing that she will wear is like a button-up shirt with a vest and dress pants and dress shoes and a monocle, or perhaps one of those what are those eyepieces called that have a lens on it that zooms in and out for
Jeweler's lens, I think,
yeah.
or something like that. A jeweler's loop.
And let's see. She is actually not from this town and has come only a few years ago, whereas most of the other red kobolds have been here for generations.
Okay. Share this information with everyone in the group.
So we have a description and not as necessarily hardcore into the whole Scartoli thing.
Still, maybe enough for Nakrad to track her down in town.
Yeah, Nakrad, if you could find her, that would be delightful. What the cool thing is, we know she might not be that loyal to the Scartolis yet because she's not from here.
Plus, there could be some level of discourse, being as they've been here for generations, and she recently got here. Because, you know, with those mafias, they love to be extra exclusive.
Yeah. Well, Nakrad, if you can find this person, that would be great. Did we get a name?
You've had the name already.
Oh yeah, what's the name?
Rajra Firetooth.
Oh yeah, Rajra. I'm a martial archetype. Does that make me the marshal
It makes you a
of this
marshal.
place? Okay, cool. Hey, I'm a military officer of Hell's armies.
Okay, so this said diplomacy or society instead of whatever for tracking.
Yeah, you've got a thing for that, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I keep forgetting which ones it is, but yeah, it's
I was gonna say,
it
typically
was that
tracking
one
is
or that
survival,
one.
right?
It's one of those two.
Yeah, tracking is normally survival. Streetwise would be for what Garmarum just did.
Oh yeah, that's right. Okay. So yeah, it would be more Eyes of the City for trying to check down.
Sweet.
This is also one without a crit success.
How dare they?
They also don't really give you any clue on what the DC should be, so I'll just use, in this case, since it's a person of note, probably just trained, which would be 15. Which means you would have crit, but there is no crit, so it's weird again. I will say that the best you've got is that they were recently out for coffee, but ended up returning to the jewelry shop anyways. So they're still inside, as they always are.
Would we like to stake her out until she comes out?
We could do that. We could also try to lure her out, saying something important has come up, perhaps. Please meet. Um, we don't have any hats of disguises, right?
You do.
We just gave that one away for
Yeah, like,
money.
I was going to say we sold one and gave the other back to the antiquarians after trading it, right?
Oh yeah, that's
Mhm.
right. I'm dumb.
Yeah, so we traded that in for money. If you want to just give back the money and say we hold on to it for now.
May not be a bad idea unless
Yeah.
somebody has a way.
I
It'd
do.
probably be either you or Abner changing your disguise.
Yeah, I do. I can change my form once a day. Though it's only for an hour. Who would you like me to look like? I was thinking of becoming Annabelle and just asking her.
Hmm. You could, but that might get Annabelle in trouble, which maybe we do or don't care about.
I don't really care about. She's not here right now.
Jesus.
Garmin was just like, let me get back to making souls, baby.
Even better if they say like, "Oh, Annabelle, you are guilty," and then I was there somehow. The soul of a righteous person would be worth quite a bit.
The only thing
Still
Garmaram,
one.
the only thing Garmaram cares about is making sure that Judge Gator is able to call people guilty.
It's a really good level 5 ancestry feat, by the way.
Yeah. I really dig it. The shifting faces. I thought it was like every time it's just once per day. Oh, here we go. The third level illusory disguise. I can look like anyone. So if you got any suggestions.
And it disguises your voice and scent.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have any strong ones. It could be somebody in the Scartulia hierarchy that can order her around. It
I
could
have to be my size. So I
Oh,
can't be a kobold.
Does it change your voice?
Should.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, awesome.
Yeah, because second level it also disguises your voice and scent. And third
Wait a
level you
second.
can become even a specific individual. But I have to have seen them.
So it says that you appear as another creature, the same body shape with roughly the same height. If you cast Shrink on yourself to turn yourself small, does that mean your type would now count as small, so you can disguise as a small creature?
I guess it would. I don't have shrink though. Does anyone have shrink? How long does it last, by the way? 1 minute?
Shrink is probably 5 minutes.
Jesus.
I guess the question is, how high profile do you want to be with getting her out of that shop?
Oh, Shrink makes you tiny, never mind.
Oh, okay. Well, we can go as high profile as we want. It's just that I had to have seen them, so the more famous they are, the more likely I've seen them.
Because I'm also thinking, like, are there any deals cut with the local guards? You know, they're gonna be like, "Hey, you know the deal. You should be. This is our turf."
Hmm.
This is
I
very
wonder if it'll
upbeat
be.
shop music.
I was gonna say, I wonder if it would be prudent to damage the shop in some way so that she is unable to work, and then she has no reason to stick around.
Ooh, burn it down.
Arson?
Explode it?
I can tell you that there are no the
Flammable
the
substances.
storefront does not have like equipment to
Wood.
work with. It's just display cases and stuff they're selling.
That and wouldn't damaging things cause attention, which is not what we want?
It's not that we don't want attention per se. It's just ideally we would not want to have that attention connected to us.
Yeah, so like the less attention the better, kind of in general then.
I'm going to rob the place.
All right, guys, let's boot up Payday.
How's this? Here's this for a plan. I'm going to
Pretend to grill.
pretend to rob the place. You can all arrest me, and then you can go take her.
Wait, how many
You can
how many
comfort
people
her.
are even in there?
I don't know. Well, I've looked for information. I don't know how many coworkers she's got or anything.
Or like how many coworkers are even in the building right now? Like,
Would you like me to go?
There's the one worker and there are 2 guards in the front.
so pretty much unless if somebody gets the attention of the guards, they wouldn't really be able to hear anything. Can't we just like walk in and like ask her to meet us elsewhere?
Pose as
And
rich
then-
investors.
Yeah. And then
Like a
try to get her
cafe?
alone, like without forcing her out by her that self or whatever.
So, tweaking that idea, what if Garmrim disguises himself, presents himself as a rich person looking to make a commission from the jeweler there, and then wishes to discuss in more detail about some very personal, specific details about
In
it,
the back alley.
or like in a shop somewhere, or like just somewhere that isn't Scartoli territory, at least.
Okay, so we need to find out what is in Scartoli territory.
Ooh.
It's gonna
Oh
be
no no.
everything with red
needs to
kobolds.
like it needs to like match the some kind of or like oh my gosh, I'm trying to think of the right word. Like some trim on like some building that's not there. Like some historical building or something. That they would need to look at themselves just to get them out.
Could also be a peculiarity of the client. They refuse to discuss, like they refuse to provide pictures. They must explain in person or some shit like that.
Some wealthy, eccentric person
Yeah.
that you're acting on the behalf of as their lawyer.
Oh, I know a rich person that you could disguise yourself as. Scartoli.
Is he a medium creature?
No.
Damn it.
What if you use the mayor, the dead mayor from fucking Snakebite Bluff?
You technically could, yeah.
I could, yeah, I met him.
Or what's the other guy? Fuck, this is all the way back in like session 2 or whatever. The mine owner guy.
Fresno.
Yeah.
He's probably been known to head to Old Oakley every now and then, considering he owns a company town, and definitely does not want to live there.
Who are we comfortable throwing under a bus if things go bad?
There's a lot of people.
I was gonna say, I don't know if anybody would recognize that the mayor is dead yet. Mayor Doug Dimmadome.
Yeah, I could pretend to be the mayor and be like, "Oh, I have a very rare jewel or family heirloom that
Need you
that
to-
needs to be
Actually-
repaired."
Need you to
Actually,
make
that
me a
might not-
solid gold belt buckle.
I need you
I
to
was gonna
come
say
to my place and measure me.
that might not be a bad angle. Actually, It's like I have this thing that needs to be worked on, but I refuse to bring it out here for fear of it being stolen. Please come to this place.
Eh? Eh?
That or too heavy to even bring it. Yeah. That all works. I like it.
Like a jeweled nightstand?
Like that would be like a statue, which I don't know if that falls in the purview of a jeweler, but
Well, if the statue has jewels affixed to it.
Possibly.
I need a statue with jewels appraised. It's too heavy to bring. Could you come with me to Snakebite Bluff?
Just 3 days away.
I only have an hour of this, guys.
I have a car.
We do have a car, but also we did say like if we could just give back our money and hold on to the hat for a bit.
What if we pretend like the statue is actually just our car?
Oh
Bring
wait,
it.
how about this? Can we just trade the hat of disguise for a different hat of disguise?
Sure, but I don't know what the point would be.
Because the only point is that
Because
The
then the
quest is
quest is
finished.
done.
yeah,
Quest
The
points,
qu-
ding.
the quest point is finished, and they're not looking for it, so they're like, "Why do you have the hat and you didn't turn it in?"
Yeah, then once we get 32 quest points, we can go for the master quest.
We have to resurrect that horse for Abner.
Learn how to fish monkfish.
Never had a monkfish.
Heard mixed reviews about them as food.
Most of them is skeleton, so you have to eat the small fatty lump near the tail and nothing else.
Huh.
Yeah, well, what's the
So-
plan, Stan?
I was gonna say I generally like the idea of luring them out with like a fake jewelry request.
Yeah, we can schedule her, and we'll say, "Oh, we've got a car, and we can bring you to Snakebite Bluff."
We don't need to go that far out, but
Oh no, we don't need to, but we can drive her out into the desert. just a little bit outside of town where no one can,
You're making this
Well,
sound worse by the minute.
I mean, I don't
Uh,
think we're going to be able to get her to agree to go on a multi-day trip at the drop of a hat.
Not without lots of money.
I mean, yeah, I mean, even that does sound suspicious, though. But at least, like, setting up an interview or something later sounds very plausible.
Yeah, so I mean, I could just go in, set up a date. Hey, come to
An appointment,
Snakebite Bluff
that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
whenever is reasonable for you. If it's like a week later, maybe that's too late. Then we just bash her over the head and kidnap her.
just destroy the store. Everybody masks on. We're going payday.
Still got the devil mask, the
Just
not
checking.
magical one.
I got the bandana, the outlaw bandana.
This sounds like such an awful idea.
We have a whole table that's empty, aside from this one idea. If anyone has more, please put it on the table.
Would it be possible to similarly carouse streetwise to find a different target, someone that we could just corner in an alley and deal with?
A different Scartoli target?
For the purposes of flipping, yes.
I would let you attempt to do it, but it's gonna be a lot easier if you get it from one of the Scartolis themselves.
Like Firetooth. We have to make friends with. What if I just go in there and start seducing her?
Oh no, she's
Just make-
suddenly a lesbian.
Yeah. Just make small talk. It's okay, I can become a woman.
It's true.
You can become an incredibly tall female kobold.
Too bad Dragonborn aren't in this.
Nah, I could be a lizard folk.
Who doesn't want to be with a giant woman?
All I wanna do is see Garm turn into a giant woman.
She go turn into. I can't pronounce the name of that vampire lady from Resident Evil.
What is it?
Dimitrescu.
Dimitrescu,
Yeah.
Dimisco.
Dimis- Yeah.
I've never actually heard it said.
Yeah.
Oh, I know that it'll be great, and I just can't wait.
Giant woman.
Well, here it is in Romaji if you want to try to pronounce that instead.
Oh my God.
Domitoresuku.
Okay. So Dimitrescu, I guess.
Something like that.
Because of the coup.
It looks kind of French, but it is not, so it's probably some romantic language. Where does the game take place?
I feel like it's Romanian. No?
It
Yeah,
takes place in a few
it's-
different places, I think.
Yeah, I could look like her. Big ol' 7 foot tall pale lady.
Gotta get a
In
giant
the big sun hat. Yeah. And a sleeveless, like, Sunday dress.
It's located in Eastern Europe. It doesn't give an exact location.
Thanks.
Same thing they did for Resident Evil 4.
Eastern
technically.
Europe. Yeah, just random village in Eastern Europe.
Random Spanish town.
I was gonna say, did Resident Evil 5 take place in a specific part of Africa?
Oh, generic Africa.
They'll never pin down a place. Just, hey, generic. Random area.
The only one that I know of that took place in a specific area was 7.
I think
Yeah,
Raccoon
Leon.
City is supposed to be based on a location, but it's not the exact location.
Isn't Raccoon City just New York?
No,
it's
I don't
too
think
small.
so. It's also a mountain town, so
So it's
Also-
not even a city, it's a town.
I mean, it also got nuked, so
yeah,
Oh,
so
well.
it's gone.
Oh, well, I mean, it was infested.
either way,
So, Dimitri or Dimitrescu? Which one? Do you want me to be a boy or a girl? Did I find out if she's a lesbian or not?
is that something that could be found in the Streetwise
That would be esoteric information.
Yeah. Do I know if she's a lesbian with my esoteric
Yeah,
information?
because if we're trying to be subtle, the only other option that I got is to sit down and basically, watch the place and wait for her to leave and then tail her.
She's gay.
Okay, cool. May I borrow a hat of disguise? We'll have to give back the money. We split up.
Oh, what the fuck? Raccoon
much
City is modeled after the real-world city of Montreal, Quebec. What the fuck? That's not America at all.
There's a lot of Canadian casting for horror stuff. Like both Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark were filmed in Canada with Canadian
I
actors.
wonder why.
It was probably a time when it was cheaper and more cost effective to do it that way.
Oh, my
Government
thought was
grants
like
in Canada. I thought
Canadians aren't scared of ghosts. that's why they do it.
no, I think they got paid to make the shows in Canada.
Okay.
Yeah. Every actor on Goosebumps and Are You Afraid of the Dark thought they were doing completely real things, so they had to find the people who weren't actually afraid of ghosts.
Either way, yeah, I see. If we're trying to be subtle, I see two options: surveillance and tail, or lure out with a fake jewelry or seduction.
Yeah, I was gonna ask her, like, hey, do you have any recommendations for like wedding or engagement rings?
Like what you see, little girl.
Your first way of like trying to flirt with her is saying, "Hey, I'm taken."
No, I just want to see.
No,
I want to
she's
see what a ring looks like on my finger.
no, she's saying if you like it, put a ring on it.
Yeah, it's more like
I've
never been proposed
like
with.
her okay.
Yeah, for me,
Like
it's
what you see? Why don't you put a ring on it, little girl?
it's more like I've never been hit on before, and I'm scared I'll be alone forever. I want to see what a ring looks like on me. Do you have any recommendations?
Will you put a ring on me?
You're doing this as a 7-foot tall,
Yes. 7 foot tall
physically
woman.
perfect vampire lady.
Jesus.
Walk in and say, I need a wedding ring for my wife. And then when you get it made, you give it to her and say, the wedding's this Tuesday.
Shotgun
And then, she,
wedding.
and then she just looks up at you and goes, "Pass."
Oh no, I'm scheduled to work. Can we move it to Wednesday?
It's less of scissoring and more on birthing.
Oh dear.
Bro,
Okay, that's
this is
the thing.
being recorded for the internet.
Yeah, that's the thing. I'm sure you can say on Twitch.
Do you think there are fangs down there from a vampire?
Oh,
It's the predator.
it's not that kind of a mouth.
Doesn't she transform into a dragon at some point?
There you go. There it is right there.
Oh no.
Oh, perfect.
Garber up, that's not what a woman looks like.
I'm sorry, I'm from hell. Our women come in so many.
You've been
different
walking
shapes.
around on this. Fuck, I'm just gonna say Earth for
Yeah,
how long now? You haven't
I've
seen a
Walking around on
woman?
the material.
I've not seen a woman naked.
No,
There was a woman. There's a woman in our party. She's gone now. She's somewhere.
no one asked you to strip, Garmer.
If ever I needed to, is all.
Then hire a hooker.
To do what? To join our party?
No, just to strip so you could look at her or something. Like, fuck. Have you not
You're
walked into a
appointed
table
added
or
to
something?
Garmer.
No, I've never considered paying someone to strip for me.
I didn't say paying them. I said just walking into one.
Just walking. Do they just do it in the public area? Can I just watch?
Well, I mean, usually there's a door charge, and like you have to go on the.
Yeah.
Well, if you're at the stage, then you're expected to tip.
All right,
But,
if
like,
I'm
if
to
you're just in,
experience
like-
the full mortal experience, I guess I'll add that to my bucket list. He takes out a notebook. Go to whorehouse.
Here you go. Here's what Garmerum is familiar with.
Yeah.
Jesus.
The
That's
jelly
a
legs are a
default?
little.
Their skin
No,
is
it's
see-through.
great. You can see yourself inside them.
Oi.
Okay, that's a thing that I'm not sure if I needed to hear that one.
They're made of jelly. I don't know what they're made of. Ectoplasm?
I'm just.
Gonna
just
make you
thinking about-
ectogasm.
I'm just thinking about Garm going to like the strip club, and he's told to make it rain, and he just starts like flipping copper pieces onto the stage.
What
Oh.
Make it rain. Starts
Oh,
throwing.
I thought like he was gonna hit the fire sprinklers or something then.
Do we have to?
Garm just learns rousing water just
Yeah.
for that.
Throws water on the stage.
Don't worry, guys, I'm prepared. I have a spell for this.
Scatter scree.
This destroys the stage. Listen, I'm a judge sexual. I just need someone who can tell people they're guilty for me. I have no idea how to sex a person. I'm not even sure this body. Oh, it probably does. It just looks does, but yeah, okay, it comes complete. I guess.
Bro, stop touching yourself in public.
I don't have to have sex with anyone, right?
You get arrested for that. Don't.
Somebody
Yeah.
else looks down his pants and there's just a gavel.
Perfect. Yes, this is the perfect thing for me.
And on his groin is like the wooden little base that you're supposed to smack the gavel on.
Could you
What
be
the
the
hell is that
gavel
thing
to my
called?
gavel base? I don't know. Fucking wooden coaster. It's
Yeah.
what it's a coaster. I've never actually seen the gavel. I work at the courts. They just don't use those anymore.
It's called a sound block.
Oh, yep, just lifted it.
Sound
So
block.
You've got a hammer and then a sounding instrument.
Jesus Christ.
Do you have drum proficiency by any chance?
No. I have a war gavel. It's a gavel where everyone's head is a sound drum. We've gotten off track. Okay, we're not gonna have sex with anyone. Specifically, I won't have sex with anyone because I don't know the first thing. I could, though. I will go to a whorehouse at some point to learn.
Just borrow a book about it.
I was gonna say Mr. Gator might just explain later.
You have a book like, here is how people have sex. I'm like,
I mean, there
and this
has
is meant to be
some kind of
pleasurable?
fun, right?
Everybody poops.
No, you don't understand. In hell, I was a lawyer. We don't do anything useful. I mean, useful sexually.
Did you never contract with a succubus or an incubus?
Nah, that was on a level above his.
Oh.
Yeah, no, I usually went with like soul taxes and that sort of thing.
I'm really excited to do paperwork, guys.
I quite am.
So, what were we doing again?
We were trying to
We-
seduce the. Well, we were trying to know if Garmram was going to seduce the lady in there.
Seduce and or kidnap the lady.
Yeah, this plan seems destined for failure. If Garmram can't.
Well, if he's going to seduce route, then yeah, I'm not too sure about that one.
Yeah, the idea was just I'm going to talk to her for a few days, visit her shop every now and then, talk about jewelry, reveal that I'm not actually here for jewelry, I'm here to just see her. And then I take her out on a date in the second location, which is usually where people get kidnapped.
It still feels like she's going to see you as an immediate stalker, but
It's okay, this is the Western times, this is subtle.
Oh, well, I mean, the alternative that I proposed is actually stalking her. So
I know, this is... If she's not interested, we'll simply shift our plans, right?
we will just actually resort to stalking. What are you talking about?
How about instead of a ring, you go for something like earrings or a necklace, something less.
Friendship bracelet.
Oh yes, I will give her a pearl necklace. I've heard the kids
Whoa.
like those.
Bro. Whoa.
Are pearls valuable?
Depends
Very
on who you're asking.
Did they come from a clam?
I thought all pearls came from clams.
You come in there.
There's-
Apparently, pearls are only worth 5 silver in this.
Huh. I guess for an average person, that's a lot.
A black pearl is 50.
Ah, yes, that makes more sense.
Ooh, black pearl. That's a whole ass pirate ship.
Wait, is that 50 silver or
50
gold?
gold.
Ah,
This Jack Sparrow ship.
Yep, it's 100 times more expensive.
Where do we even find the black pearl?
Do you believe in ghost stories?
no, you asked Davy Jones for it.
The Kraken. But yeah, how's this sound? I built a lasting relationship with this girl based on the catfishing. That's a term, right? Catfishing. We're gonna catfish this girl until she trusts me and take her to a second location.
You know, you could just walk up and then ask her on a date, and if she bites, then we win.
I know, but she's a lesbian.
Well, I mean, you do your shifting faces thing.
Okay. Now I need to find out what she's into.
Woman, we already know.
I know, but what kind of women?
Jewelry.
Women, Jewel.
Women
Wait.
with jewelry.
Is she actually even into jewelry? Or is
Yeah,
this just a job?
It's just her. Could you imagine? Yeah, this guy at Walmart's really into Walmart stuff. Someone find out what she's into for me. Or maybe that's my job.
Okay, well, walk in.
Oh gosh.
That's the worst suit thing I've ever seen. Anyways, walk into the store and act like a client.
There you go. You'll observe from a distance.
Walk up to the counter and say, "Excuse me."
Yes. Looking to buy something today?
I am, yes. I, surprisingly enough, given the face, am getting married soon. She is a woman of taste and class and expensive heritage. And I am wondering what you would recommend for her. Something that, were you in her position, or possibly are in her position, would enjoy.
Well, if she is on the extravagant side, I assume that you wouldn't want just any old wedding band, perhaps. And then they take you over to the far side of the room, where there are instead tiaras on display. Perhaps they would enjoy something much more to taste.
Possible. Very nice. Would you wear this?
Oh, well, certainly not. I prefer the much more subtle things.
Interesting. How about custom stuff? Do you do custom work?
Oh, but of course.
Excellent. I mean, the wedding's fairly soon. I don't know how long would it take you to do something custom?
It depends entirely upon what it is.
I see.
You should go for something that matches your bullseye earrings.
What color would you recommend for something?
Oh, well, what does she look like?
Well, she's rather tall and thin and a bit scaly. I believe she enjoys the color red, though. She's kind of a reddish color. Red scales. Something maybe that contrasts well with that, or something more that blends well with that, I wonder.
What is color theory? What is the opposite of red?
It'd be green.
Green?
Apparently it is green, but then there's also another thing that says cyan, which is also technically kind of green.
That cyan was closer to like blue.
It is, but
Very
it's got
light
green in
blue.
it. Well, perhaps she more into a standard gold, or perhaps a rose gold, or maybe even just silver or platinum. Based on the description, I would think something platinum, perhaps with some emerald, and maybe something more plain, such as, well, there's always diamonds. Get some type of adventuring could always accentuate anything. It comes in many colors.
Let's see. You have a similar scale color. What would you wear? Realizing, of course, that you prefer understated, but show me what your favorite piece would be, even despite that. Maybe I can draw inspiration.
Favorite piece would be they will reach into their coat pocket and pull out a generic circular watch that they pop open, and other than some odd engravings on the inside, it's just a pretty generic white gold pocket watch.
Interesting. What makes that your favorite piece, if you don't mind me asking?
Oh, well, besides it being the most practical, it's something that you can display or not at your own convenience.
Interesting. Okay. I don't know if she'd be interested in something like that. She's not exactly the most practical of women. It's definitely an interesting idea. I'll have to give it some thought. I'll be back. What time do you happen to close?
Well, first of all, what time is it? It is 1:20. So they probably will close at somewhere between 8 and 10, depending on the workload.
Okay. Well, I should hopefully be back before then. Thank you. You've given me quite a bit to think about this afternoon. See you soon. What was the name again? I'm sorry.
This one is named... Oops. Oops, that's not what I wanted. You can call me, God, I'm trying to think of, like, what you would call a servant or a sales clerk.
Miss?
Well, this one's name is Elva. However, I'm trying to think of what you would call a sales clerk when you approach them. Yeah, but I think you're right. I think you would just call them Miss or Mister. Or just say excuse me, but whatever.
Excuse me. Or if you're rude, hey, you.
Okay. Well, that's good to know. Oh, one more thing. My betrothed is rather a stickler for certain things. She is, how to put this? It's rather awkward to say.
Moneyed?
But she's moneyed, yes. But her money is, how to put this? Have you heard of blood diamonds?
But of course.
Yes, she's from a rather faraway, prestigious family who is somewhat involved in that, and so she's looking to purchase from maybe some people more like-minded. Kind of a weird way to put that, I'm sure, but
Well, sir, if you're insinuating that we are involved in any illicit activities, then I assure you we do none of the sort.
okay. I'm very glad the rumors I heard were false. I'm not very much into that, so I was hoping it'd be a good disguise by someone from whom the rumors swirl, so to speak, and maybe appease her more. Um, Criminal desires? It's very, you know how those femme fatales are.
Well, if you would like to purchase something from criminals, you can always go look in the slums. I'm sure there's something cheap that they can sell you.
I'm not looking for something from criminals. I'm looking for something from reputable sailors that I can pass off as something criminal to her. That being said, it looks as though your work is perfect for this, while still maintaining above board. So I will be back this eve with a sum of money and the desire to purchase something ostentatious. Oh, do you happen to know a perfumery too nearby? She likes the smell of roses.
It sounds like perhaps she's looking for more something that you could find in the Undercity, if you ask me.
I'm sorry, I'm not from here, so you're gonna have to be more specific.
Oh, it's nothing. Don't need to worry about it.
Oh, perfect. Then I shan't. I bid you good day, madam. And he'll give a jaunty wave and leave.
Whenever you leave, you can hear, hopefully the mic will pick this up. And then the two guards out in the front, as you leave, will close in on either side of the doors.
As in preventing me from leaving?
No, after you've left.
Ah, okay. Well, head back over and relay that she enjoys practical things. Practical, simple, white gold things, but I may have screwed it up.
Screwed up.
Yeah, I guess there's some guards.
Oh, they're just, guarding the place. That's their job.
Oh, okay. Well, maybe you can weasel your way past them as whatever this form I'm looking at is.
Just nods. Simple things. Practical things.
Simple, practical, something you can display or don't need to display.
Just to clarify, the sales clerk is not the jeweler.
Oh.
Oh, well, okay.
That's why their name is Elva.
Gotcha. All right. At least we know what Elva's into.
God.
Is Elva also a kobold?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So now that's good. We know that there's one sales clerk, two security guards, and one jeweler somewhere? Question mark?
Something like that, yeah.
As far as you know, the actual jeweler is still in there, yes.
What are the guards? What do they look like?
They look like they are level 2.
I mean, like, are they humans? Are they kobolds?
Kobolds, yes.
Okay. The problem.
Same ones you've met up with quite a while ago.
Oh, they know us.
Well, not the exact same, but the ones that you've fought, they're the scrawny weaklings now.
Oh, gotcha.
In terms of in-game statistics at this point, they are basically scarecrows.
Scarecrows.
Now what's the plan, man?
Not very clear.
Wait in stock.
I suppose we'll have to wait and stock.
Who's got stealth? I've got
Not-
stealth.
Not me. This is what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to the library and read up on what women like.
Oh no, Garmum's gonna turn into an incel.
Oh god.
He's going to find
Do
all the-
incels even care about what women like?
Probably not, now that you mention it.
Yeah.
Probably
I'm
more
over here
nice
like
guy.
I'm over here like collecting books and like what's
Oh.
good manners? What's
Oh.
the good way to pick up a lady? Be
God, he's gonna
respectful.
be a simp.
You're gonna
Gonna be
find
a-
some books
All
by,
women are queens.
Gonna find some books by one Tandrew 8.
Oh no.
I'm sitting here thinking Garmum's already got 2 of the 3 things. He's got the Bugatti whip. He's got a ton of money. All he needs is the social status.
Oh,
What the
he's also tall.
I'm a lawyer. Is that a
Yeah.
social status?
He also
I
has
mean-
lots of Riz. One
Hi-
might say that he
hi-
has a +5 Riz.
High status male, you know.
I just need to appear non-threatening. I have a very high. I have a lot of intimidation. I hear women don't like to be threatened.
No, you have to intimidate them into staying with you.
Yeah, it's called
Okay, I hear.
They have to be afraid to leave you. That's how that works.
I don't know
Jesus
if that's
Christ.
quite this. I don't know if that's quite the
I
same
wish
thing.
I was joking about this.
According, the most popular book right now that women really, really enjoy is 50 Shades of Grey. I have to be like this?
I can't
He
even
opens
name
it-
50 Shades of Grey.
He opens it to a random page, immediately puts it back down. Nope. That's a lot.
Oh, this says I eventually put 8 thumbs into somebody's mouth.
Where do I get
Hmm.
8 thumbs? Are they all mine? Do I get them from criminals? Do I get like 4 friends?
Well, they were all yours. Somehow you fit 8 thumbs in her mouth.
Mannequin
Huh.
thumbs.
Never took them out. You just keep adding thumbs.
Put her thumbs in the mouth. Just put it, and then I put my thumb in her mouth. And then I put my thumb in her mouth.
What's the one song that's overly repetitive? I whip my hair back and forth.
I put my thumb in her mouth. Put my thumb in her mouth.
God.
That's just what I'm doing while they're staking out, because I'm not going to be useful there.
I was gonna say who would be on the stakeout? Would it be Alex, Kuka, and maybe Nakrad?
I'm
Maybe
trained in
Amber?
stealth.
I'm stealthy.
Kuka's definitely stealthier.
Yeah, I got a +19 to stealth.
I got
think-
a plus 17.
Is Abner
Yeah.
stealthy?
Only a 15 here.
Yeah, I'm just pretty stealthy.
I think literally everyone but me is stealthy, so you should all.
Wait, is this all in the
Actually,
party
Abner's
skills?
falling a stump behind on that. I bet he is 15.
Not bad.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, you're
I
matched
would-
with.
Knacker.
Oh yeah, and Atlas is 10.
We
And
also
Karn
have
is only
4
+1.
people in the group that have legal lore now.
Kuka's
Four?
the only one who doesn't give a shit
Yeah.
about legality.
Why do 4 of us know law?
Because
Did
Nakrad is a
Nakrad?
bounty hunter.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
fair. This is funny because we really are in the fifth district court.
Did you change the name of the party, by the way?
I think it does
We
say
did not. No, it
I
says
thought
the
I did.
party.
It just
Oh, is it?
party.
I thought I changed it. Oh yeah, it didn't change. Oh, I guess I can't change it then because
I
I
love-
changed it earlier.
I love
Maybe.
that all of y'all are legal experts, and
Oh,
then I'm just
hmm.
sitting here like, I
They
know
are.
about engineering and fae and rats.
I know some religion. I'm not good at it though.
I know a little bit of everything.
I'm just here to steal things when you need them.
And that's a very helpful skill. I'm apparently a whore.
For justice.
For justice.
Anyways, are we being stalkers now? Kuka, you and me?
I can do that.
Imagine if we clock which person is Rajra, we can get the rat network to keep tabs too. Going forward, at least.
That is true. As long as the rat can squeeze into the shop, then we should be good.
All right. I guess that's the plan, unless anybody has a better idea.
Not really.
Would you like us to roll something, Dub?
Nah, but how long are you gonna wait?
Let's see. What's the current time?
1:20.
Does the shop have a closing time?
8 to 10.
Well, that's a lot of hours.
This might be something we do in shifts then.
That, and that's also a long ass time for them to spend in a singular building. They'd have to leave for a lunch break or something at some point, right? Or
In theory, I mean,
hidden basement.
yeah, it could be that there's a hidden basement or food just gets brought in, you know? I imagine we would want to wait until 11, so that's like 10 hours. So if we take shifts on this, we could do it.
Well, if we go up to 6, you can indeed see one of the guards fucks off to later return with food.
And then we jump him and beat him up in the alley and steal his food, right?
Did you guys get food? I eventually come back and just bring everyone food. How's the stakeout, boys?
Better now that I have a steak from out.
Did you learn
Wait.
anything while you were studying?
Yes. I don't know how useful it is, but I'm learning quite a lot.
Oh yeah, you've learned about women? Name every woman.
I've become a feminist.
It's like Janie, Mary, Kate, Ashley, Jacqueline, Jackie, Jacinda.
Jacinda.
I know, right?
Brad Quanda.
Yumi.
Now do the Spice Girls.
Mel B. Posh.
I was gonna say,
Can
what,
they-
like
can they use their
sporty,
stage
scary?
names?
I know they're scary.
Baby. Yeah, there's Baby. Baby Spice.
I was like,
Ginger
baby,
Spice.
Scary, sporty, ginger, and
Posh.
Larry,
Posh
Bo,
Spice.
and Curly.
Sleepy.
Dopey.
Does the dwarves?
But yeah, 6 p.m. They go out for food, they come back. Food is brought into the back. Now that there's this handy dandy list I can press now. Too bad there's not one to roll all, but clicking 5 isn't that bad. Apparently just Kuka. You can indeed see in the back door whenever they open it up, there is a lot of equipment back there, and I guess you would say sawing away at some gemstones back there. There is indeed a kobold that is in like an extremely extravagant gown for some reason, currently grinding at a gem.
Alright. Can I make out any tells on what kind of jewelry she's wearing? Or just that it's an extremely elegant gown?
Left wrist has like 3 different gold bangles that are way too large that hang off. There is like I don't know what you call those things. It's like a bracer, but made of gold instead. Is it still just called a bracer?
A
Bracelet?
Bangle, maybe?
A bangle?
Yeah, bangle.
I mean, you can have pretty wide bracelets too, though, right?
That's true.
I am thinking of
Cuff.
Bangle bracelet.
I don't know what I expected whenever I looked this up, but there's lots of porn.
For bracelet?
I am thinking of these.
Aren't those bangles, technically?
If they are, they're extremely large.
Yeah, I think those are just exaggerated.
But yes, it's one of those deals on the leg instead of the arm.
Leg warmers, but metal.
Like
God.
the things on that person's hip?
No, on the wrists, but it's
Oh.
it's ankle instead of wrist.
Oh, okay.
Anklets, but all the way to the calf.
House arrest bracelet?
Yes.
Okay, I don't mean to alarm you, but I think she's under house arrest.
But now Kuka describes the outfit and jewelry that she's wearing and just explains it off as
Pretty extravagant when it comes to jewelry, and I assume it was the jeweler at least, because I saw her working on gems.
The gown is black, by the way. How much does Kuka know about tailoring?
does it fit with engineering?
He does have a gargantuan hat, actually.
I was gonna say society might be appropriate, or crafting.
Yeah, I was gonna say crafting.
Yeah.
Okay, I have a plus 16 to crafting. You want me to private roll that?
Yes. It is black, and then it has parts in the middle, like a corset, but built into it. That is not exactly the same red as their scales, but very slightly darker than that. And you can tell that it is, in fact, made out of dragonhide. Red dragonhide, in fact.
Oops. Red dragonhide corset. It's a nice looking piece to say the least.
Anybody else noticing the dragon theme here as well? You know, the dragon eye amulet, dragon hide dress.
So it's like a cult thing.
That, or it's like her theme, you know, and it just happens to coincide with the cult. Either way, do we want to wait to see for when the day ends if she leaves?
I mean, what? That's only 2 more hours, right?
4, I think.
Oh, right. It was 10, not 8.
And then I bring them dinner.
You're
You wait
guilty, Garmrum.
You wait outside the door to give them dinner.
Yeah, he buys like dinner, takeout, and then he delivers it as like a small dog. Scratches at the door.
At what door?
I don't actually know how they're staking out, or did they rent a room on the other side? Are they just in an alley? Are they on a
I figured
rooftop?
you guys were in an alley or something, yeah.
Yeah, whichever way. He just becomes a dog, brings them food.
If you wait an extra 2 hours, they do indeed close it up, but she does not come out of the back. The guards fuck off, and the clerk, I guess, also fucks off.
So she either left some other way or she's still in there. Do we want to break in?
Are we able to like see if maybe she's in there first, or if there's any sort of like explosives ready to blow up?
Naturally, breaking in, we would check for traps. And by we, I mean Kuka.
I'm the trap bitch.
But
Love
yeah,
that for you.
I can run an engineering check on the door to make sure that There won't be any alarms or anything going on.
Gimme that roll.
Alright. Just need to know if this also applies.
It should anytime you're looking for traps.
Public or private?
Private. Do you see they have way more convenient buttons for that now, by the way?
It's just a toggle on the chat log, right?
It used to be a thing you had to press to like do a drop down for whichever one you wanted, but now it's just the buttons you can press right there on the chat log.
Oh, I didn't even notice.
Yep.
Yeah, but are you able to select a skill with that actually? Or
It changes the chat function. So if you press blind GM roll, all of the things that you press are going to be blind GM rolls, I'm pretty sure.
oh, it
Yeah.
stays okay.
It'll auto select.
Oh yeah, it
to
auto selects
blind
it.
GM.
Okay.
Very convenient. Kuka, they do not appear to have any type of security on the door.
Sorry, cat got on the computer. Okay. Would I be able to lockpick it?
It is not locked.
Sus.
Yeah. He's just gonna stare at the door for a while and be like, it's not trapped, nor is it locked. This doesn't seem right.
Mr. Gator can try to provide us an opinion.
Take a peek.
Yeah, there's nothing on the... There's no locks on the door or anything. It's like a glass door with a handle in the middle of it. Like a push bar, I guess you would call it. And there's not even a locking mechanism on it.
It's all the security on the display cases then?
That's a kind of annoying looking door handle.
Well, I mean, it's just there's a horizontal one if you want to use that. There's a vertical one if you want to use that. Either or. That said, pretty sure those can lock. It's just a different way to lock them.
Yeah, typically they lock by a little piece of metal sticking into the ground or the top of the door frame.
Yeah. Some just depends on wherever the actual lock is. Or if it's done like electronically elsewhere.
That's what's in the corners, right?
Those,
think
that's
those are
just for
hinges.
the hinge.
It's probably those little like vertical metal pieces right behind the vertical handles.
How about any magic?
Oh wait, no, there's a mounting into the glass. Just kidding.
Yeah, that's to mount in, but it could go from that mount straight up as well to lock. If not, it's at the far bottom where it won't show you.
There is no magic on the door.
Hmm. Security's either further in or they don't feel a reason need to secure the place, which if they take all the jewelry out, then that'd be accurate.
The display cases do actually have locks on them, but the door does not.
Yeah. Well, we're not here to rob the place, so. We're interested in that back room.
All the back rooms, then you fall through the floor.
Not those back rooms.
Quack.
Just a back room.
Do you want to just go up to the door and throw it open?
I feel like that's unwise.
Is the
Back door
front-
got me acting unwise.
I was gonna say, is the front door the only way in?
Yes. And then there's the door going into the back. And there's also the previously seen thing where the person at the front desk can send stuff to the back through like a little mail slot, but it's not a mail slot. It's like the little thing that bank tellers would have where they have the glass screen and then the little hole that you can drop things down in and they can get it from the other side, except there's no glass, it's just the hole.
Does anybody want to sneak in? Could Atlas sneak in?
He could
Is
definitely
there
fit in through that slot, yes.
Alright, I guess just gotta give Kuka like 10 minutes to change out Atlas's skills.
Are we breaking in?
Seems like it.
We're running out of options and we don't have that much time.
Okay, apparently I can't find an image of this. But do you guys know what I'm talking about at least?
Yeah.
Here we go. was gonna say for a second, do these not exist? Is my town just ancient? But no, here's one.
They're definitely being phased out.
It's a small little trench that you can definitely fit a rat inside of.
Ah,
I'm not sure why that's even there.
So you can't rob them without reaching under it weirdly.
Yeah, it's like bulletproof glass, so you can't just get over the table, but you can still hand things to each other. But you can't force your way in whatsoever. Well, we can't. Little Rat can.
alright. The rat skills are ready.
What are you gonna do with them?
I mean, did we walk inside or
Yes, I assume.
then just
Quietly, of course.
set him on the table and then leave? He'll know what to do.
I forget, is stealth one of the things that familiars actually are good at? Yes.
He has a +10 to stealth.
That's about as much stealth as I have when I'm a dog.
More specifically, Kuka leaves and holds off for a bit, make sure to get someone secure, and then starts using share senses.
So the first thing you see whenever he climbs through the hole is that there is indeed a kobold in here. It's the same one that you seen earlier. It's still toiling away at the desk. And she does turn around and see a rat crawl in through the hole and looks disgusted for a second and then goes to go to the door, but then stops herself because she realizes, oh yeah, everybody else has already left. And then she just deals with it.
If she at any point turns her back for even a second,
So she definitely did turn around to see the rat. But after that, no.
she stared at the rat the entire time.
She heard the sound of claws on metal and then turned around to see it. But then after going for the door and then giving up, she just goes back to what she was doing.
Oh, okay.
I think the thing is still broken, by the way.
Well, I guess take a look at her appearance better to see what she's actually wearing, if she's not going to do anything about the rat.
2 anklets on both legs, or both ankles. Multiple bracelets on both arms. Various stuff stuck in the horns, pierced through the horns, that is. And one of the horns is cut off at the end and has been completely replaced by gold to fit where the horn should be. and that's about it.
Anything of interest in the rest of the room?
There is a see, got the room. On this side of the room is all the work equipment. And then over on this side, there is basically a. Damn it. There is one of those couches that is like set into the floor that is circular. And the rest of the area seems to be like a lounge area, complete with alcohol on the north wall.
Do there seem to be food crumbs just to make Atlas look like a normal rat that wants food?
There, in fact, seems to be an entire thing of food that has not been touched yet.
Okay, we'll have him walk toward that, but not actually try and eat it. But, uh, y'all think anything in particular I should be looking out for? Like any more of those Dragon Eye hamlets?
That would be good if there's any signs of a secret entrance or exit, like a button perhaps, or a lever somewhere, a switch. If there's any notes lying around, it'd be good to read them, see if we get anything of interest that way. Basically, we're information starved and we need to find something to act on with a reasonable level of confidence.
Alright. After making his way closer to the food, just have him stop and kind of start sniffing the air. Then look for any other exits out of the room other than the front entrance and the back entrance.
Atlas does not see any other entrances or exits around. However, he does see there is a mounted dragon skull on the eastern wall that only has one ruby in one of its eyes, and the other one is empty.
Alright. That's certainly suspicious. How about any notes that are left about in easy to access places for a rat?
There is no there's nothing with like words on it. Everything that's around is like diagrams in blueprints.
Alright. So have him stare at those for a while to hopefully try and memorize a few of them, enough to at least give a crude sketch of it. Because I'm pretty sure Kuka would be able to understand that with engineering.
Yep. Specifically, there is blueprints to what looks like just a residential house with a place marked on it, and then just numbers that appear to be the dimensions of something that is going to be put in some place in the house. And then right next to it, there is diagrams of some, perhaps like a, is lathe the word I'm looking for? No. Well, I'm way off. It looks like plans for an orrery, but an exceptionally large one.
Just in case people don't know, orrery is a solar system diagram. It's like an actual model of it.
Odd.
Fancy.
One of these deals, but table-sized.
Yeah, what are those called? Planetariums?
Orrery.
Oh, orreries, huh?
So with the blueprints memorized or at least jotted down between shared senses, Kuka goes ahead and tells everyone what he's seen after having Atlas sit in a kind of hidden spot.
Would um would lunar lore be useful with regards to an orrery?
It would be useful for one part of an orrery.
Man can dream. I imagine clockwork's also a little too specific.
Could I bullshit with engineering or an
And I think
explanation?
clockwork and engineering would both work for this, yeah. Kuka, it appears to be a standard orrery, except every little planetary object that is to be depicted is going to be in gems instead of just balls of copper or brass or whatever they're normally made out of.
So a pretty elegant display, to say the least.
And since it's going to be table sized, they're going to be fairly large gems. So it's going to be extremely expensive. If I had to give this thing a cost in terms of like a treasure item, it would probably be in the thousands, and it would probably be like, what, 20, 30 bulk or something like that? Maybe 50.
So that's a heavy as hell and ornate thing. Do we have any thoughts on that dragon head with the one-eye ruby?
It's probably the lock to a door or something. You just need another eye.
Are there any rubies in that room? Any matching gem eye socket thing?
There's not. There is a folding ladder, presumably, to get up to it, though.
I wonder if it's on her person.
I think that's the case.
Alternatively, does the Dragon Eye amulet seem similar?
It would be too small.
Okay.
Does the ruby in the eye look like it could be removed?
It definitely could, but not easily. It'd be like prying a gemstone out of a ring. You can technically do it.
Okay. Well, there goes plan. Have Atlas fucking swallow the thing. And then recall familiar.
If only familiars had ability scores. Well, I guess he technically does have athletics, but it's a whopping 8.
It's better than mine.
How's it feel to be weaker than a rat?
Well, I am one, so. So, we've seen the blueprints, we've checked for alternative entrances and exits. Is there any other thing Atlas should check on?
The food that's left out?
Yeah, eat a little bit of that.
I imagine Atlas probably can't check if the jeweler's carrying anything.
Not to my knowledge. The abilities he has at the moment are Share Senses, Recall Familiar, Dark Vision, and Climber.
I was gonna
Climb up her
say,
leg.
It's like be like a feathery check to check the pockets if they have any, or like a bag.
He has a +8 to thieving. I guess if you want to do that,
Oh, that's a good idea.
because any check would immediately be followed by her having an action and then Atlas teleporting the fuck away with recall familiar. But at that point, it'd be clear, oh shit, that was a familiar, not just a rat that I was hallucinating.
Yeah, you'd have to have Atlas flee through the door and then out of sight if you're gonna do that.
Yeah.
I guess the question would be is if we think she's alone, we don't think there's any traps or anything like that. Should we just sneak in and confront her?
Sure. Let's do it.
Do Nakrad and Abner have any thoughts on that?
It does seem like our best bet.
Yeah.
I still want to keep Atlas in there. But yeah, it seems like the best option.
Should we disguise up?
I mean, I don't have
Put
a
on
disguise.
Put on your heisting gear that you never got to use.
We only used it once during the warehouse scenario.
Yeah. I give Nakrad my devil mask, and then I just change my form. That's my
Oh.
heisting devil mask, not the magical one.
Oh, because like I mean, otherwise, like if people were putting stuff on, like I guess he could have taken out some powder and smeared it on his face and like kind of looked at everybody like, "What the hell are we doing this for?"
You look like a French noble. What are you doing?
I mean, it's already pretty obvious, like whenever he's kind of like well in sight, because there's not too many hobgoblins around.
You just see Kuku quickly slip off anything red and just be left with like the boring beige-ish and brown clothes underneath, and he hides them all in his hat.
Yeah, I don't really have something to change my silhouette. Is more the problem.
Okay, I think I have some like heist clothes in my backpack, but
Garmram literally becomes a skeleton. Does that help?
Yeah, I technically have glamored armor, so I can change to look like whatever I want. But I'm still gonna wear, like face disguise.
no, I have an ordinary mask in my thing. I shall put that on.
Can't find a good image of this, but Garmarum, is this what your devil mask looks like? Is it a greaser devil?
Probably. Is this for what was that heist
God.
game?
That's Payday.
Payday, yeah.
Yeah, Payday. I had a picture of it before. Let me look. Damn, I typed devil mask and a lot of them are just for kinky sex.
That? Huh.
Oh, well, here's the thing it was based on that has an extremely low resolution. Thanks.
So I think the heist masks are like either paper mache or like cloth. I can't remember the description of the item.
Eh, here's the extremely low res thing that it's based off of. What are you gonna do when you bust down the door? Open up FBI?
I know we're not here to steal anything, but
The Fey busting interrogators?
The good
So-
news is we're all disguised to not look like those guys.
I was gonna say, guys, I have a scroll of knock.
You could just or Kuka can pick the lock. Either way.
It
I
depends
can-
on time, because
Yeah.
it's gonna be like 2 to 3 checks every time, right?
Plus, I can always fail picking a lock.
Yeah, when you fail, we have knock.
Can you check the lock types to see if they're like alarmed in any way, or is it just
Knock
mundane
just
locks?
increases your thievery in this.
Oh yeah, it doesn't immediately open it.
Well, I could still cast it on Kuka. Assuming that they have the items in the display cases still.
Assuming that the door is locked.
We can check. Is it locked?
The door to the back is in fact not locked. Apparently knock gives you a bonus to thievery or athletics if you just want to bust it open. That's weird.
At least we have choices.
I'll leave that decision up to the Steely Boys.
Only reason I might suggest stealing something is to try to mask our true intent here. But
So we have to actually steal something.
I'm not convinced that that's necessarily the best thing to do either. It's much easier to hide a conversation than it is a theft of an entire store's stocks.
Is it easier to have a conversation? Yeah, we could just kill the person we talk to.
Maybe we cannot just murder someone.
Just saying, that's the only way I know how to stop someone from talking. It's
Oh,
easy to hide a fucking theft, just don't get caught.
Well, I mean, I was talking about more in like a misdirecting kind of sense.
Yeah, it's easier to misdirect us asking for information by stealing first.
How so?
Competing intentions, really.
Yeah.
When you get down to it.
Yeah.
So you're gonna
One of
steal
them could be
something,
like,
and then walk into the back room, and then
Well,
be like,
go in-
"Oh, I didn't know you were here."
Yeah.
No, it would be for the purpose of people coming after.
Yeah, we empty the cash register and it looks like, hey, this is why they were here.
I still don't follow. If
So
you're gonna talk to her anyway,
Oh no, it means we're kidnapping her. That's the plan? I don't know what the plan is actually.
so to kind of explain the idea, if we break in and we talk to her and she snitches, that's like a remarkable level of restraint. If we break in, steal stuff, and then after talking to her, kidnap, kill, or otherwise ensure silence, people will know that we were there, but they will think that we were there to steal stuff and not talk to her. And if we do all of those things, even if we did talk to her and ask leading, probing questions about who we should be looking into, it might be viewed as being from a competitor rather than from people who are interested in being on the side of the police, because police shouldn't have to steal stuff to ask questions.
Yeah. But also, if we do get her to flip and and like we convince her to do something for us and she has to hide that until the day, it'll be easier for her to hide that by saying she was robbed and not, interrogated.
okay.
And this gives her, claim credence because, yeah, she was robbed. Provided, of course, we convince her to flip.
Yeah. I'm not saying that this is a foolproof plan by any means, just different ways we could approach this.
There's a chance that because she's wearing like dragon leather armor, she's probably very strong and will try and kick her asses.
This is true.
Because, like, who goes to work wearing a corset made out of dragon scales?
A very fashionable person.
Someone
It's
dramatic.
dragon scales.
So what's first?
Empty the cash register. Grab jewelry.
I would say before we start going committing crimes, what do people think?
Sounds like we know what we're doing then.
Wait, I'm sorry. Hold on one second. What is the ultimate goal here?
Get her to flip and
Get her to
cover her
flip?
track.
Get her to flip or provide info, and if we do get her to flip, keep her covered so that she's not suspected, because she's useless if she's dead or counter coerced.
Right. If we, flip her, but then she can't testify, there was no point.
I'm not sure how robbing her is going to accomplish that, though.
Robbing her is giving her the reason.
It's a front.
It's a front, basically. If she flips, if she goes on our side, she will tell her employer she was robbed, not interrogated.
But she's not aware of that currently?
We are literally going to tell her this.
Okay.
So maybe we should tell her before we rob her?
We're gonna rob her first, because then there's plausible deniability.
I think Armroom just wants to rob her.
I've never robbed anything before.
I
Wait.
feel like I can. I feel like that's not true.
So So
Garmrum
I
drops a
like
book.
how Garmrum keeps wanting to go and commit crimes. How long until Alex says that he's guilty? Like, what the hell?
I mean, like
These
Alex
are just
is-
suggestions.
I was gonna say
I've
Alex is
committed
not
the
particularly
justice.
interested in stealing anything. This is really more in terms of service to the greater investigation. But
Out of character, I'm not too sure about this, but Kuka's 100% for robbery. Let that be known.
Yeah, here's the thing. If we don't do the robbery first, right? And then we go to her, and she attacks us immediately. At the very least, we have loot. And then we can just drop it, because, like, we don't actually needed to rob her. But it also gives us an option to say, this is a robbery. You're coming with us if things don't go right. And that's another thing we could lie about. The thing about Gumram is he just wants to have more reasons to lie believably.
Abner, Nakrad, thoughts on all this?
I see this going very poorly. Say she doesn't accept the offer, what then?
Beat her up. We do it by force.
This is true. Technically speaking, we did kidnap the Dragon Mage Kobold and bring him to Shartar.
If she doesn't flip, she's a liability.
Well, if she doesn't flip, then we either need to keep her quiet or we need to get rid of her. And
We can bring her to Charter.
yeah, keeping her quiet might mean keeping her with the kobolds in that if that happens.
Okay.
Either way, what we're doing is not going to be nice.
No, this was never going to be a pleasant experience for this person.
I mean, it could have been. I could have just seduced her.
Technically, there's still time for that. You just go into the back door and be like, my
Hi, I broke in and you're alone, and I have all my big friends here, and I'm a skeleton right now. I don't know how that's gonna.
Well, we don't have to go with you if you're going to do that.
But don't worry, I read a few books in the library like an hour ago. We're good to
My
go.
baby, could I happen to rattle your bones?
I
Oh,
got a
no.
bone for you.
You're meeting all my standards.
And I don't even have any meat.
And then when she says she's only into women, you can say, but look, I am a woman. Look at the size of my hips. You can see them right there, every single bit.
Do I look like I have a dick to you? Not a single dick. Not a single dick on this body.
I don't like the plan, but
If
I
I
don't
become a
have an
skeleton, do I
alternative,
sound like
so-
a skeleton?
I don't know what skeletons sound like.
Well, I mean,
I know. This is like, what does sound?
I mean, skeletons don't really have vocal cords.
Do they clack when I move?
I mean, they do say "rattle me bones" for a reason.
Talking Morse code by just smacking their bones.
Bones out of the phone.
Bone typewriter.
What
Extremely
is
complicated
your
language.
decision since we got 25 minutes?
Right.
I don't have another option currently, so
What were the working conditions for her again? It was generally kind of bad, correct?
Unclear. Her working conditions are she was working very long hours and she has anklets and a corset. That's currently what we know.
I mean, those at least feel like we should be able to reason with her and try to flip her
Yeah.
Offer her
through.
better job.
Yeah.
Let's knock on the door.
Do we want to be disguised while we do this in high
I'm
school?
already
or-
disguised as a skeleton.
I mean, how out in the wait? We're like inside. Never mind.
The door was
Quite literally-
unlocked.
Quite literally
Doors
change to just walk into the store and then change back into normal clothes after.
Yeah, I can just dismiss it.
When you knock, you just hear the doors open.
All right. If anyone else has anything to say, now's the chance.
Well, it seems like we could just talk to her like a normal person.
Except I'm a skeleton.
Skeletons are normal people.
They work with necromancers. It'll be totally fine.
Do they?
The
Is
Scartolis
she
do.
is she a necromancer? Like, would she be cool with that? Because sometimes people don't like to mix what divisions they're in.
Yeah, either way.
I don't know if all 6 of us should go in either.
Yeah. Too many.
Should this be, I don't know, Garm, Gator, and Abner?
Start with the least threatening if we're trying to reason with her first.
Kuka then. Atlas, get in there.
He's already in there.
I mean, problem is diplomacy-wise, Garm is the best. Then Abner, then Kuka.
Kuka's
Yeah.
diplomacy is plus 12.
Yeah, the only reason I'm
but you're still
even-
the third best.
Yeah, the only reason I'm even bringing myself into there is to keep Garmer on track.
Let's go. Let's get on track. Judge, keep me on a leash.
If we don't,
Not-
we're gonna start
not
talking about
literally.
50 Shades of
I'm
Grey.
gonna say literally, like, you just got done reading that.
Is that
Garmram,
what you learned from the library?
you should probably have not read those books.
The skeleton makes no expression. just the teeth. He walks in. Greetings. You work late hours?
Whenever you come
Wait.
in, they have put on some. Oh no, where is it? I need my description. I need to just take all these folders and not have folders and folders and folders. But oh well. Whenever you come in, they have put on some gloves, like plate gloves, that have long. God, I don't know what to call them. They're long blades on them that are pointed, but also sharp. on
Freddy
the
Krueger.
sides. Kind of, yes.
Or Batman? Both?
Fins?
It's kind of closer to Batman, actually.
Yeah.
But they
The
have
little blade fins.
stabby, slashy fist weapons on now that you have walked in. And then they just
Now,
say
there's no need for
bluntly-
violence.
They just say bluntly, "Yeah, what are you here for?"
Hi, we're here to talk, Miss Rajara Firetooth. Firetooth, right?
Yes.
We have a proposal.
And what would that be? She says while clacking the blades on the gauntlets together.
Just looks at those. I'm sorry, I'm very distracted by the what. What are those?
Well,
Are they-
depending on how you want to
are they armor?
negotiate, they
The
are
weapons?
depending on how you'd like to negotiate, they are my paralegal.
Ah, good. We use words. You mind if I pull up a chair?
She will keep the gloves on because these have freehand, right? Yes, they do.
Yeah.
And then just say, "Yeah, all right," and gesture over to the couch that's in the floor.
Is it a full-sized couch? Or is it like a
Yes.
kobold-sized couch?
It is a full-sized.
You can also see Atlas just kind of chilling in between the seats on it. That was the
Yes.
rat's idea of hiding.
She'll go over to the not wine rack, but like just the mini bar that she's got over there with a bunch of alcohol, and
Yeah.
grab a large bottle while going over to the couch herself and shake it. And she said, "So we're just talking, huh? You know what this is?" And
Mhm.
she's very clearly holding whatever the fuck the bottle is called that gives you bonuses whenever you drink it.
Bravo's brew? Question
Potion of
mark?
heroism. Alchemist fire.
No,
Bonuses.
it's the one
Like
that you
the-
guys had that you sold.
Oh, that's the expensive wine,
Oh
right?
yeah, the expensive wine.
No, it's way earlier
Oh, no.
than that. You got it
Oh,
from
God.
the long neck people.
Oh, the thing that it doesn't make you drunk or anything. It just gives you a bonus to talking,
Yes.
and it tastes like your favorite drink.
Yes.
Oh,
I've
the
forgotten what that thing is called.
Yeah, same.
The flask of friendship.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think so. A flask of friendship.
There you go.
I'm not actually a skeleton, mind you. It just is, so I can drink. Though, if you want, and he pulls out this decanter of endless ale, we can spike it with this, so we can actually get a little tipsy.
Nah, it's not necessary.
Okay. I can't remember what Garm's favorite drink is. I think we've settled with brandy. Fireball whiskey.
It was something fruity, wasn't it?
I think. Oh yeah, it's something fruity. That makes sense. He likes sweet things. He's like, I'm tired of hell's bitterness. I like sweet things now.
I think brandy is made from fruit.
But is it sweet? I don't actually know what brandy is. I don't drink.
It's not as sweet. That depend if it's like flavored or some other shit.
Was it cider?
Cider is generally sweet. Much less alcohol compared to like brandy's closer to like a spirit. But yeah, cider would be easy to drink.
Now I'm completely. My brain has just stopped at this point.
Yeah.
I'm completely forgetting what all the fruit-based alcohol is now called, but oh well.
Wine? I don't know.
Liqueur.
Alcopops?
There's actually a name for like fruit-based alcohol, and I can't remember what the fuck it is.
Fruit-based alcohol sounds about right.
Yeah, I feel like I've heard you say it once before. But I'm
Fructose.
looking on it.
I'm just seeing liqueur. Brandy. Brandy is distilled from
Is it
fruit.
brandy?
It's literally brandy.
It is
I'm-
distilled though, so it is higher alcohol content.
Slivovitz
Is there a difference?
is some type of berry alcohol.
Alcohol made from berries would
Cordial.
Oh yeah, cordial, fruit
be.
cordials. They're very fruity and sweet, right? You can use them to cook
I think so, yeah.
for cakes sometimes. And the alcohol is baked away because it evaporates.
Yep, it is volatile.
Sorry, we've started talking about baking and stuff. He says we started drinking and we started talking about random topics. Like, sorry, where was I? Oh yes, I'll be frank. We desperately need you. Not that desperately, but we do need you.
Yeah, you're the ones that been making trouble around the place, aren't you?
I was gonna say, too bad she's a lesbian, Garm.
Why too bad?
She said, "We need you. We desperately need you."
Not that way.
Like, damn.
I'm all bones. What kind of trouble did you hear we've been up to?
You know, I heard you're the ones that have been getting rid of our little Fae problem. You're the ones that have been snooping around in the warehouses. And you've been getting rid of quite a lot of the Scartoli boys.
In fairness, some of those Scartoli boys got rid of themselves, and he just clacks his teeth together. We were just preventing more people getting blown up.
And that's why
Speak-
you're here, huh?
Somewhat. He fishes out that Dragon Eye gem. Does this look familiar to you?
Yeah, so what are you getting at?
Is this your handiwork?
But of course, you won't find any better jewel craft in town.
It's pretty. And it's a shame. Your skills could be your skills are wasted on cultists who want death. Don't you think?
It's definitely not death for them.
They seem pretty adamant about it. I mean, they take poison quite immediately. We had to wrestle it out of someone's hands before they killed themselves.
Yes, and speaking of which,
You're not gonna do that as well, are you?
she'll take a big drink, but then get up and walk back over to the desk she was working at and dig around in the drawers before coming back. Is this instant? This is instant, okay.
Oh boy.
And you will see her pull out a scroll and start reading from it. And then afterwards, return to sitting back down. Would you like to
So roll to identify them?
recognize
I
that
am
spell, Mr.
sure. Sure. Is it religion? I only have religion.
It is.
I don't know if
religion.
anyone else. Sweet. Here you go. Do you want it secret? Let's
So
go
do
blind.
like Arcana or
The blind GM roll.
Mr. Gator, you can do it too.
Who all was in here?
Not you and not Necred.
Okay, because I swear to God, is that Zone of Truth?
It is not Zone of Truth.
I'm worried
Garm
it's
and
ascending.
Gator, it is Detect Scrying.
Okay. You want to make sure we're not being watched.
a 30-foot emanation, so it's the entire room.
And
it
a little
lasts
bit
for 1
outside?
hour. Apparently, if you upcast it, it lasts the entire day until you do it again. That's pretty
That's
neat.
pretty cool. Yeah. You just know if you're being scryed on?
She just responds with, I need to know what I can say or not. What can I say?
Are we being watched?
She
If
just,
not, then say anything you want.
she just holds her finger up to her nose in a shush
Mm.
gesture while smiling.
I don't seem to have eyes in my sockets, but they are going or looking around the place. He's not sure if that spell reveals them. But then, like, he thinks about it. And he gives Gator a look. And it's just empty eye sockets.
It's just the person who casted it, detects if there's a scrying effect in the area or not.
Yeah.
And apparently, if scrying is a higher level than the scrying effect, you get to see them instead. It's pretty funny.
When she touches her nose and says, she just gives a look. He says, I'll be brief. We're taking everything in the cash register and the vault, and we're taking you with us so you don't tell anyone.
Okay.
Mm,
You two are in there.
I was gonna say I don't know about that.
Yeah.
She just puts her hands on the couch and crosses her legs, and then says, "You do know how scrying works, don't you?"
No.
Actually, no, I am not a magical person.
She does the gesture of like brushing your hair out of the way, when instead of the hair, it's the multiple hoops that she has on her horns, so it jingles a little bit.
Mhm.
And then she says, "Well, needless to say, the rest of the administration already knows me. And if they wanted to scry on me, they already know who I am and what I look like, so it could be from anywhere."
So you're saying you're not afraid of anything? Is that what you're trying to say?
Or perhaps you'd like it if we offered our protection.
I'm saying that no matter where you take me, they'll be able to see our little meeting anyway.
Oh, it follows you. All right. Can they hear us?
Oh, yes.
Damn. Can anyone speak psychically? I just replaced the message spell. Unfortunate.
Even then, message isn't silent technically.
As long as they can't hear, right? It's just a whisper that goes into her ear that only she can hear.
Well, unless you have some way to communicate that one of us couldn't hear between each other. Or perhaps a way of communicating that takes a long, long time. Then it sounds like your little plan is not going to work very well.
He thinks about it. Considers his spells. None of them are useful in the situation.
I'm thinking.
Would you like to stretch your brain about how scrying works, by the way?
Yeah, I'm not sure I know how it works. I don't think it's a divine. Is it a divine spell?
It is a divination spell. It's not divine.
Yeah, not divine. No,
Occult
I wouldn't
arcane.
know. Yeah.
Would that be an Arcana?
Yes.
I guess we're at the level now we have to worry about scrying.
Mr. Gator, you would know that in this case, scrying is like a combination clairvoyance, clairaudience, which means they can see and hear on the location, and it's invisible unless you can detect it somehow, perhaps through a detect scrying spell, wowee. And it targets a creature specifically. If you know them, it's an easier check, and if you have one of their, like, something that belongs to them, it is even easier. It's extremely easier. And the range is planetary, so as long as they're on this planet, they will be able to be detected. The scrying itself only lasts 10 minutes, however.
How about we just drink and chat for 10 minutes?
Like the only other thing I could.
Also of note, if you happen to crit fail, not only do they scry on your current location at the time the spell is cast, but it also follows you.
Hmm.
And it travels 60 feet per round, so it is extremely fast.
So the question is, did she crit fail?
Well, here's the thing: we don't even know if anybody's actually scrying or not.
That's true.
For all we know, she could have cast it thinking that this was some kind of loyalty test or some other weird shit going on. And we're some rubes that somebody else is watching, you know? And if we have a reputation and she knows that reputation, it might not be far fetched to believe that whoever we might be aligned with or working for, she might be thinking is scrying at this moment.
All right. Then, by all means, the best course of action is to leave this location with her. Take her somewhere safe.
I feel like you're fixated on the criminal aspects of this stuff.
I just don't want to be watched while we talk about this, you see. It's not criminal to not want to be watched.
It's like I know how to deal with this, but I don't have the tool to deal with it.
Yeah, dispel magic. It's something I don't have.
I have the spell, but it's used up apparently, along with the shocking grasp.
Yeah, you used it in the fight. That's today. That was today. Was it today?
Yes.
Wow.
In-game today, that is.
Yep.
We've been busy.
Technically, you did wait for 7 hours, so you almost could have taken a rest to get them back.
You could have slept if you had to watch. Yeah.
Well,
My
that and-
mindset is We want to talk to her about something. She says we're being scryed on. You know that scrying usually stays in one area. Then the best place is to take her somewhere where she can't be scryed on, or where the scrying sensor can't follow. Unless she crit failed, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so we don't know the result.
Note, they could just cast the scrying again after the 10 minutes have passed, but the
Yep.
casting of the spell is also 10 minutes, so you have a 10-minute safe period between them.
Yeah. So we should ask her if we can go for a walk.
That's also assuming there isn't somebody else casting it. So there's
Right.
no overlap.
Right, and we could just keep going for a walk unless she crit fails.
How is detect scrying again? Is that like an aura around yourself, or is that like essentially like a bubble you place down and anything in the bubble's detected, or
Yeah, so
It
it's a
is-
single space.
It's cast on yourself.
okay, so at least that would work if she does walk away. Yeah, so walk away, see if it
Like I
follows.
said, the best course of action is to take her away from this place.
Except then they know that you did
Sorry,
that.
it's cast on yourself,
But stays in the area.
It stays in the 30-foot emanation.
Of course.
Oh, God.
God, Pathfinder spells suck.
Yeah, so I'm going to caveat this with I think we should shy away from using language like
Go for a walk?
Take her away, kidnap her, hide her somewhere.
We want to rob your store and your
Yeah,
cash
this makes it
register.
sound like she's being forced. This is why I'm talking like this. She's being watched. I'm giving her a reason.
You should have a big wink at the end, then.
That
I have
everybody
no
scrying on
eyes.
also sees.
Yeah, I have no eyes. I'm doing a criminal thing where when she touched her nose, I played along. And none of you did it. Thank you.
You're really getting fucked by the fact that it's both visual and auditory that they're seeing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just a rat in the couch squeaking along.
Yeah. That's why my first instinct was, okay, cool. We're being scryed on. We should pretend to be criminals. We should pretend to abduct her. We should pretend to steal everything.
Problem with that, they already know that we're here in theory then.
Yeah. But we're here to steal.
No, well, part of our ability to move and act depends on us not being outlaws.
We are disguised.
Poorly. But you're
I'm not.
disguised.
Everyone else is just wearing a mask. And I'm a straight up skeleton.
Also, you admitted to being part of the, the Fae killer, the whole spiel that she had about our identities, and you didn't say that was incorrect.
Didn't say it was right either.
This is true.
Didn't really confirm or deny anything. Just said when shit was happening.
More to the point, she knew right away, or pretty quickly.
As long as you don't confirm or deny, it's a court thing.
Criminals famously care about courts.
Forgive me for being single-minded in that aspect. Kind of raised there.
Well, she will instead respond, perhaps if you did something for me, we could talk this out in some other form of correspondence.
Yeah, because I was thinking like there's got to be some way to talk via innuendo or something, but there's no like formal thieves camp
Not in the
that I'm
system,
aware
no.
of. Yeah,
Without many feats.
dude, like because like I think society has all sorts of like
You can
encryption
create ciphers and stuff, yeah.
yeah, but I don't know if I have
You
the
need feats
I have
for it.
this. I was gonna say I have the society skill to a sufficient level, but not the feats to do that kind of coded language.
Well, what languages do you know?
Me?
Are you asking her?
Everyone here, basically. What's the most obscure language you think no one else would know?
Jotun?
You speak Jotun?
I do.
All right.
I speak. Oh wait, yeah, I'm not there. Never mind.
Ifrit, or sorry, Pyrrhic.
Oh boy, which one is more obscure out of those?
Probably the fire genie language.
Very well. And going to do something very odd. I'm going to offer my hand to her. And when I cast a spell, I want you to start speaking in Ifrit.
Okay. Well, we'll do that. I don't know how great my pronunciation's going to be, but
Yeah. I do this to her. I do that to Gator. And I do it to myself. And then I gesture for you to speak.
boo. I have no idea what that language would sound like.
You can just speak English. It's translated now. Congratulations.
Useful.
Wish I had this at 4th level, but I don't. So I had to cast it 3 times.
Okay, well, so we can all, I'm assuming, now speak said language.
Yeah, we can speak the language you say. So now it's, we can all speak Ifrit. Or whatever it was.
I think they changed it to Pyrrhic, but
Okay,
Pyrrhic.
Pyric. We can all speak Pyric now.
Welcome to the fun world of sounding like a burning fireplace.
Oh, this sounds weird. I like it. Feels nice in my mouth.
And now Kuka and Nakrat have no clue what's going on anymore.
Yeah.
Or Atlas. Do you want to cast it on Atlas?
I am out of 3rd level spell slots, so I can't really.
Atlas is just sitting there without a fucking care in the world.
So, speaking in fireplace, is this a sufficient alternative means of correspondence?
Maybe. I would assume that the task of translating would not be too hard for Ratim to get, but remembering what was said is probably the more difficult part.
Exactly. And Garm casts Produce Flame, just has a fire on his hand, and he just listens to it to see if it's speaking. Okay, it's not sentient. Cool.
Not yet.
So I just thought fire could talk now that this is the thing.
She just crosses her legs in the other direction now and said, "Well, seems like you've got your plan now. So, what's yours?"
We'd like you to flip. It's not the word we're using here. Wow, flip in Pyric is so odd.
You just say turn.
We wish for you to turn.
Turn on who would that be? You're working for someone specific?
Can't say the specifics. But we were hoping to get you to testify against. This is the word of the Scartolis.
Yeah, he would. Yeah,
Yeah.
be testifying against Scartoli.
Testify against, yeah. Against the Scartolis in the upcoming case. It's not going to do much. They say
Alright, I'll
that
do it.
everyone's.
Oh,
Okay, do it. Okay, that was fast.
I'll do it on one condition.
Go ahead.
I need you to go into the Undercity and take care of copy paste. I need you to take care of Tar Coldtail so that I can take over his business.
Who's that?
He works in the hydroponics lab in the Undercity. He has a nice little crop that I want.
Like a riding crop?
I think she's into the lettuce of something.
Have you ever heard of
Lettuce?
stone seeds before?
No.
It's a nice little plant, quite rare. They come in these little acorns, I believe. You plant them in the ground, and instead of a normal tree growing, it grows a shoot of some type of stone. The stone doesn't matter to me, but they grow gems instead of leaves. As you can imagine, that'd be quite helpful for my business.
Do you want some of this? Or do you want him gone?
I want him gone, so there's no one in the way of me buying up his business. The old bastard refused to sell it to me, and he refuses to sell me the gems at a reasonable price.
He looks at everyone else. Look his friends.
Where in the Undercity is this?
Well, it's a hydroponics lab, isn't it? It'd be near the aqueducts.
To clarify, when you say gone, you just mean driven out of business, driven out of the city, or driven off the mortal coil?
Well, I don't mind how you do it, as long as you can get me either his signature or him out of the way so I don't need one.
I see.
It's nothing personal, you understand? It's not like I have a grudge against him. I just need what he won't sell.
Got you. So we can procure this for you, and or get him to leave, and or, the mortal plane. These will all be satisfactory.
You seem quite proficient at killing, so Perhaps
hurts.
just as good at torturing, getting something out of somebody that they won't give without persuasion.
You'd be surprised how bad we are at the torturing part.
Also, very bad at killing. Funnily enough, me at least. These people are good at it.
I feel like I should be insulted by that, but okay.
No, you're good at it. I'm not.
Oh yeah, one of you's a bounty hunter, isn't it? Is it you? She says, pointing to Abner.
Debt collector, actually.
Oh well. It's similar jobs, is it not?
I was about to say semantics.
Yes, but I'm going to argue semantics when it comes to someone accusing me of being a good killer.
It was a compliment. Take it.
And I assume that this one, she points to Garmarum, since he's doing all the talking, he is the judge of the group, yes?
No.
Ooh, harsh.
I would love to be a judge. Make my life easier.
Well, there's some things that a girl hears whenever she works in such subtle community, if you know what I mean. And they have told me that I need to watch out for the judge, and she points to Garmarum again, and the bounty hunter, and she also points to Abner again.
Interesting. Why specifically us and not, say, the stab rat or
Stuff.
the...
Note the stab rat's not in the room.
Well, doesn't really matter. Or the demon dog, who's also not in the room.
I don't know if his demon status is actually all that well known.
Yeah, only you guys know it.
Okay, the giant scary dog man.
He's a dude normally.
I was gonna say Garmarum's not normally a hellhound.
Okay, giant scary dude then.
She just
Actually, quite affable.
She just responds that, oh, I know how to deal with the muscle of the groups. The law is the one that's always the bigger problem. Speaking of rats, she gestures towards Atlas. Which one of yous is this?
Oh, that's mine. To me, Charlie. That's his knee.
Atlas, immediately you just see it squirm out of the cushion slowly and just bite Garmarum before running off.
Oh, fuck, that's a completely different rat. You have an infestation.
You took 1 hit point of damage.
But complete.
Quick, Atlas, attack. Attack using Nan. Oh, wow.
I was about to say, like, watch it crit.
That
I
hits.
don't think that hits him. Oh, it does.
That
It
just
hits by 0.
He hits by 0. That hits. The barest hit. Well, we have an agreement. He's rubbing his ankle. I'm bleeding out. What the fuck? Am I going to get... Am I going to have filth fever? What's going on?
She'll hold out her hand and lean forward. Reminder, she's still wearing fucking gauntlets with huge blades coming off of them.
I'll offer a finger to shake.
Are we shaking hands with Freddy Krueger gloves?
They're not that kind. It's the kind where it's a glove and then attached to, like, the back of your hand, the blades come off of it.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah. Oh, I like the shredder.
Yes. Like
Gotcha,
Shredder's
gotcha.
gloves. I'm pretty sure. Shredder TMNT. Yes.
Very well.
Are you gonna shake on it?
Uh, hmm.
I would say we should ask who else might also be amenable to such a deal.
Sure.
In what way?
Well,
Who else in the Scartolis?
yeah, could be turned to testify against him.
Her hand squeezes into a fist for a second, and then she says, "Well, how about I sweeten the deal, and after you come back, I'll tell you of someone else. He works in the courthouse, so you may already know him already." And then her hands go back out as if to shake.
Who wants to shake the bladed hand? I'll do it if no one else will. I'm technically wearing gauntlets.
I think you're also the only person with actual strength.
Well, I don't want to crush her.
No, but we don't know what those gauntlets can do.
Oh, that's true. I offer my
Or
hand to shake. And I take her hand and I shake it amiably.
Take me by the hand, if you understand. Ocean man. Crust of the earth, something is a real trip? Something like that?
I've been cursed.
Instead, Garmarum,
Yes.
Inkblot speaks out and says, "A bargain is struck. As all good bargains are. Enjoy your new ability."
Oh. I was wondering what that was doing in my actions.
Well, I literally just added it.
It's been there for a while, actually, since last session. So I was like, do I always have this? So like, oh my gosh, this is when it comes in. I love it. I love that it's random, so it could fuck me up.
Yep.
The best penalty is to lose 1d8 hit points. Because it's just hit points, right?
I like how you can heal yourself and then get hurt.
Yeah, that's fair. I
So
healed
it's
3d8
just a
plus
net positive.
The scariest for me is Stupefied 1 as a spellcaster.
It is only for a minute, so if you use it after battle or before we think we're going into battle.
The best thing here, actually, because I do hit things a lot physically, is that +2 bonus to attack rolls.
Okay, yeah, then that would worry about being stupefied.
Yeah, but that would make it harder for me to heal everyone with spells.
Does that effectively make you the same as a marshal?
Kind of. It depends because I have the Marshal's aura thing, which gives me a +1. And they don't stack.
Yeah.
But it makes it +2. Which is better than just the +1. I think if I crit, it becomes a +2. I think so.
I think if you crit, it just extends the size of the aura.
Oh yeah, it just extends the size. So this is actually pretty good. I'm super excited for it. It's once per
hour.
It's a once per day. Oh, once per hour. Holy shit! Thank you, Inkblot.
She does not question that a voice came out of your hand and just accepts it.
Physically spoke?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Every time it's spoken, it is physically spoken.
I always thought it was telepathic.
Nope.
Did it speak in Pyric or not? Or Abyssal or something?
It did not.
No.
It spoke in
Spoken
common?
common. Yeah, it's just a bargain has been struck. I mean, it makes sense. We shook
Well,
hands.
Technically, it speaks the languages that Gamurum does, which is
Only
common,
common.
and right now Pyrrhic. So
Oh, that's fair. Yeah, it could have spoken either of those. Probably empiric. That's a kind of almost demony thing.
yeah, let's see how much of an asshole it is. It is evil, so it's spoken in
Spoke-
common.
Of course it did. Ah, you little shit. Fair enough.
That's not as much a problem for us as it is for her, if anybody's scrying, though.
Yeah. I
And
mean,
again, they would see the handshake, so.
body language is, it does convey quite a bit. Could one of you very smart lads read her body language? Specifically, her shifting her cross legs.
I could try. Is that a perception check?
It is, yeah,
Society check? Okay.
because they don't have a separate thing for
Insight.
Sith's motive. It's just
Yeah.
perception.
And I have lied to me, but her moving her body around isn't really lying, so I can't do it.
Gator, you can't pick up any specific tells.
Maybe her legs were just getting tired. That's all.
She is also wearing a fucking gown, so
Oh, sir. A full gown? She was working in a full gown,
yes.
and also like, and now she's also wearing bladed gauntlets.
For all we know, that gown is actually glamored.
Oh, that's fair. Your armor's like that.
Yep. I'm just wearing a nice suit until you try to whack me, and then all of a sudden it's Lemelar armor.
I walk around in full plate.
I walk around in trousers and a shirt.
That sounds comfortable.
It is.
Explorer's garb.
Yes.
I shook her hand. I guess this means we have to deal with that fellow. Coldtail.
By the way, Garmarum, she says something in a language you do not understand, just out loud, and then the ink blot responds in the same language.
Oh, that's not fair. This body did not come with other language choices. It came with a very handsome face. I thought I could coast by with that.
Also, I don't know if its will save is correct. Its will is the same as yours, but it doesn't have the stats that you do, I don't think.
My stats are very bad. My wisdom is
Yeah.
only +1.
I feel like its will save should be 14 because it's the same as you minus the wisdom.
Okay. Yeah, 14 should be right. Because I'm a
That's
master
what
at
it
will.
says on the sheet.
That's what I just changed it to. It was 13.
Okay. Right, we have a deal. A bargain is struck. We'll see thee hence.
Thank you for your time.
Do you want us to rough the place up?
I don't think that'll be necessary.
Okay, cool.
After all, our deal is more than enough to get the suspicions away. don't you think?
I don't know. And then he finishes off his drink, which looks very weird.
By the way, Mr. Gator, or maybe, nah, all of you. Whichever one's better.
None of the above.
Here you go, Mr. Gator.
Ooh, fancy.
Pretty cool. Right, so at least we have the next step of what to do. We need to work on our interrogation skills.
I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the case.
This wasn't really an interrogation.
Now, we weren't sure how it was going to go at all, and relatively speaking, as long as no chicanery happens, this was pretty smooth.
True. I just figured we could have gotten it faster. We just walked in and said hi.
Probably, but we didn't know that.
Yeah, we didn't know that. It was like, wow. We were preparing so many weird things. I'm over here doing my demon shit. Completely unneeded.
I think,
Well,
I think you just could have sent in the rat way earlier. Because his stealth is +10. So the guards see him on a 12+.
Oh, well, I've seen you roll dumb, so
That's true.
seen you roll. Yeah, they would have. Maybe. Oh wait, no, this is passive, right? That one would have failed.
It would have been his stealth versus their perception of 8, so he would have had to beat an 18,
Mm.
which he does on an 8+.
Whoops.
So it would have been this instead.
Okay. Is this a good place to call it?
Oh yeah, it's
We-
30 minutes
yeah.
past, so
Yeah. We got a new place to go now. Go look for Taj Coattail in the Undercity. And the hydroponics lab, actually, this is good because isn't the hydroponics lab one of the places where they found the bombs? Or like the materials for a bomb? I vaguely recall that
undetermined.
being one of the places that
They
there was
found it
reasonable cause.
in the
Yeah.
mining and the gun shop for sure. But those
Gotcha.
also have a reasonable cause because one is the gun store with gunpowder and the other one is mining, which you use explosives for.
Yeah.
Either way, it would be prudent to think about any evidence that we might be able to find in the hydroponic place as well.
If we find bombs or any other thing. And we're looking for stone seeds, right?
Well, she wants to buy the business, so that means removing Tar Coldtail as a problem, whether that means by his death or by otherwise coercing him into selling or running him out of town.
Or
It
all
need not
three.
end. I was going to say, yeah, it need not end in his death, but
Yeah.
given how things have gone, I give us a 90% chance of it ending in his death.
Yeah, we're
I
probably
think-
gonna kill him.
Yeah, I think we should talk to him amenably first. She's this that would have, but maybe he's less, friendly than she is.
Well, killing him may have consequences that we're not aware of yet. Like,
That's true. One, it's murder.
well, for example, it's like, oh, there's somebody in the courthouse that I can lead you to. Oh, you killed Tar? Oh, it's his brother or sister in the courthouse. Oh, fuck you, dumbass.
You killed my
Right.
twin brother.
Clarl.
Actually, now that I think about it, because Mr. Gator has spent time in the old Oakley courthouse, would he know or have an idea of who that might be just based on that hint alone?
You can name at least 5 red kobolds.
Ooh.
So not specific enough.
Yep.
Right. Time for me to skedaddle. Catch you guys
All right, later.
next week.
Hiya.
Good night.
Thank you.
Good night.
And penis.